Hello everyone and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Are we starting on time? No, we're not. Thank you so much for watching me do my dailies while I ate my breakfast, because it is 8:14 on a Monday morning and I was asleep. And what did I see when I woke up? My phone next to me buzzing with an alarm on automated snooze, because if you don't touch it, it goes on snooze for 10 minutes and then hits you with an alarm again. Except for some reason, it's just not playing the music, which is set at full volume. So, chat, I really do apologize. I really do apologize, because that's 2 in a row. That's really embarrassing. I don't want to set a precedent that you expect me to be late when I set a time, because we're at 110 Final Fantasy XIV streams, and I've probably been late to 5 of them. All right. So I am very sorry. It's not going to happen next time. All right. So at breakfast, here we are. I wake up. Ah! Ah! Not again. And here we are. All right. We're getting back into the main quest. Okay. And I'm happy and excited to be here. Thank you so much for those that waited. I really do appreciate your patience. Hopefully, obviously, you were doing something else. Thank you, Kate. Late pizza grab. Thank you so much. We had the capybara, because the capybara is just a good luck charm for the dailies, you know, fits the vibe. Had the capybara running with a couple of baby hippos yesterday while I was upgrading my rep. But oh, who's this? Oh, who's this? Who's this? Oh, who's this that I can throw in there? That's right. Who arrived? Who arrived in the mail? A tiny Yuffie. Oh, hang on. Let me get this motorbike out. Let me get this motorbike out. What game is this from, chat? What game is this from? I think the Final Fantasy XIV community should know. The Final Fantasy XIV community, above all, should know. What game is this from? What game is this from? That's right. Final Fantasy IX. And can you believe it, that the next raid series in the upcoming expansion is going to be from Final Fantasy XIII? That's crazy. Collab slop. I can't believe it. They can't stop. They just can't stop collaborating with other Final Fantasy games. Hey. Now, I'm not a Final Fantasy VII fan by any means. But let's just keep an open mind. Maybe we'll enjoy it and have a good time. I hate Final Fantasy VII, but hey, maybe the live stream raid series might turn me around. Who knows? Maybe I'll become a fan as a result. Who thinks about that? Am I interrupting something? All right. The lifting of wings. We're going to speak with Wuklamart. We're going to continue with the Rite of Succession. We ended before the whole thing could take place, because I felt like it was probably going to launch into a whole thing. So that was the stopping point that I chose. Now get in here, everybody. Let's form a little party. Let's form a little group. Everybody's in their party clothes. Everybody's in their little party clothes. And I've upgraded my my party clothes as well, by the way. I've upgraded my party clothes. Hold on. That's right. With some casual half slops. Ding, 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 ding. We're out here. Let's go. That's right, belt too high, but pants a bit higher too, so it kind of matches. Shout out to Dawn, delivering the half slops. All right, we ready to game? I'm ready to game. It's nighttime, perfect time to do the festival. As you can see, while doing the dailies, not a shred of fog in sight, so hopefully I have appeased the Final Fantasy XIV gods. All right, we'll see how we go. No, do you know what so many people forget, Gabgano? So many people forget that Final Fantasy XIV is a Final Fantasy theme park. And yes, there's original content, and the original content goes fucking hard. And there's still going to be original content. Now, I would probably be more understanding of annoyance if they were like, hey, Final Fantasy XIV, end of service. We're stopping here. And the last thing you get is collaboration, right? If the last thing you get is Evangelion and Final Fantasy VII, and then they go, well, we're not doing it anymore, I'd be pretty pissed off too. Do you see that they've got a lot more budget, and that probably Evercold is going to push us into a whole new thing of just so much more content? Final Fantasy VII and even Evangelion, guaranteed success bangers. It's a nice little boost. It just means that we're gonna get more content. We're getting more content, okay? Is anybody tired of getting content for the MMO? So those are my thoughts on the Final Fantasy XIII raid series that's coming to Evercold next year. It is the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII, so it is a little strange why they would choose another game to celebrate. We got Final Fantasy VII Revelation coming out, part 3 of the Final Fantasy VII Remake project. And for some, it frustrates them that that is the greatest Final Fantasy of all time in terms of popularity. It is the Golden Child. But it is the 30th anniversary year. It's the perfect time to do it. That is the perfect time to do it. So I'm very excited. I'm very excited. But for now, we have a Dawntrail main quest to get to. That's right, original content with Wook Lamart. And yes, we are doing our best Final Fantasy Kiryu aesthetic right now. We did dye the shirt red for that specific purpose, which I think is great. I think that's great. The degree which Wook Ivu pursues his interests is remarkable. Apparently his studies of the Cosmouka region were so invigorating that he decided to move here and immerse himself in the culture. Weapons at the ready will make short work of this task. If the float functions as I think it does, I would not be surprised if it were attracting the creatures. The concentration of ether would be an irresistible lure. No. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy VIII should be the Golden Child. Final Fantasy VIII should be the Golden Child. Speaking of Final Fantasy VIII, I went to the Distant Worlds Orchestra on the weekend. I went with a dear friend of mine who I've been playing video games with since 2014, and he visited my city to come and see it, and it was fucking beautiful. It was my first time seeing that. I never thought that I'd get the chance to see Distant Worlds in Australia. Masashi Hamazu was on stage for a bit. Riki, the original vocalist for Final Fantasy X, was on stage. It was like once in a lifetime, dude. And she sung Suteki Dena. For me, personally. Can you believe that? Personally. There was a bunch of other people surrounding me in the auditorium, but it was for me. It was amazing. I did post a bunch of videos of it in my Discord, in the Final Fantasy channel. So if you're curious to see a couple of pieces from it, and if you're not in the Discord server, you're missing out. But it's genuinely amazing. Oh, by the way, what did they open with after the Final Fantasy prelude music? What was the first game that day? What was the first game that they played? Oh, it was Liberi Fatali. Vivos Music. It was that. Because they recognize game. Oh, what was Nobuo Uematsu's personal inclusion into the set list, you say? Oh, Love Grows. Love Grows, Apocalypse. Haven't heard of that one. What one's that from? Oh, you wouldn't have. It's from a little underrated game called Final Fantasy VIII. Nobuo Uematsu knows ball. And this was during the Final Fantasy X 25th anniversary celebration, which was the main objective of the concert. So yes, they did play 5 Final Fantasy X songs in the second half, which was also amazing. That's why Ricky was there. However, Final Fantasy VIII got my goddamn love and appreciation, which was so much fun. So I got a bit of Distant Worlds and Final Fantasy VII Raid collab energy pumping me up for this stream today. So I'm getting that passion out right now. But very excited. Very, very keen for it. As Little Hanu said, Kozunaoki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. Then something about bridges and the Stride of the Sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kiksaihi. We're back to pronouncing words and forgetting how I pronounced them last stream and hoping for the best. Just roll with it. Just roll with it. Don't think about it too hard. Speaking of not thinking too hard, I have my webcam set to evil. Hold on. Let me put that back. That's when I play the red games. It's my Devil May Cry webcam border because I finished Devil May Cry 3 last night. Oh my god. When's the Devil May Cry 3 collaboration? Let's get more collaborations. You know, let's put Devil May Cry in here. It would be fun, right? That'd be fun. Whoa. Final Fantasy VII bikes. Damn it. You know what this confirms? Jumping does not make me go any faster. It's all been in my head this whole time. Imagine that the Final Fantasy VII Raid series is actually Ever Crisis. Could you imagine? They're like, oh, we're shutting down service for Ever Crisis, so we're gonna put it in Final Fantasy XIV instead. And, oh look, who's that? Is that young Sephiroth? Crazy. Did they do Walsty Fantastica? Yes, they did. Yep. They did do that for 15. That was their 115 song. And it was gorgeous. I would have loved if they did Somnus, but it was good to have some Yoko Shimomura representation. Ha! That's one down. The Final Fantasy 16 song was Ascension, and oh my god. The choir. Dude, the choir, absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Final Fantasy 12 did not get a song. Final Fantasy 1 to 6 didn't get a song either, and I know that Distant Worlds has done them plenty, and it was because they felt I was in the audience and they said, that Apocalypse guy's here. We won't play any music from those. They played Bombing Mission, Jesse's theme, and naturally Sephiroth. They played One Winged Angel to close, which was clearly a banger. It's really funny though, because it's clearly the Advent Children version of the theme, because it is unmistakably that version, because the orchestration is the same. So what's really funny about listening to an orchestra play the Advent Children version is my head has the electric guitar and the drums playing at the same time, and it's so weird to not hear it, like genuinely. It's really funny because I'm hearing the and it's just not there, and it's like, it's a really weird thing about hearing the orchestra play the Advent Children version. You gotta have someone come out with the electric guitar. They played Blinded by Light because you're not gonna skip out on one of the best battle themes of all time, especially when the composer Hamazu himself is in the crowd. They played the Final Fantasy 13 battle theme, and that was gorgeous. Final Fantasy 11 actually got a little bit of they showed it off a little bit with the beginning of their Chocobo theme. They had like a whole Final Fantasy 11 segment, and I could only tell it was 11 because I'd never seen it before. I was like, this doesn't look like any 3D Final Fantasy game that I am aware of. Something to do with Chocobos, of course. But yeah, Final Fantasy 12 was the only 3D Final Fantasy, I think, to not get a song played. Final Fantasy 9 got I forget the name of it, but it's the one that plays while you're, doing the little fight to out of 100 nobles, 100 were impressed. That whole thing with the guitar and everything, which was a lot of fun. We only played music from like the numbered titles. So sadly, as much as I got up on stage and I was crying and begging and they had to throw me out, I said, Hamazu, please play the Dirge of Cerberus soundtrack in its entirety. And yeah, they didn't do that for me. But Hamazu, he did say, hey, thank you so much for appreciating the Dirge of Cerberus soundtrack. I know that game sucks, but the music, yeah, the music is pretty damn good, isn't it? And I said, yes, it is, sir. Yes, it is. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kishaihi. Oh, wait, is it Kishaihi? Kishaihi? The Hanu deity of the harvest. It reminds me of something I saw in Academia Anaido. Cool. I was expecting a flying whale. No 10-2, no 13-2, no lightning returns. It's just like only the main games. One of the ancients' creations. 'Tis possible a vestigial memory of that time endured, a subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul, providing the basis for an entirely new religion. I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, Kishaihi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, and mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but should we be getting back to Linuhanu? You want to know the path is safe for the procession? Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Shall we wait until daytime so we don't have this unfortunate night sequence? Meanwhile, in Okhanu. Meanwhile.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry.
Aaronville calling for
She's on her way
friends.
back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihih'hana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Cut off one of his heads. What happened to that person that said that he'd get thrown out?
What?
Kill this man. That was sick.
I put everything into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
This dude fucking sucks. He just sucks.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh.
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
She stayed in that position the whole time.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes, we are.
That's scary looking. I was gonna say, it's so funny, like, I was literally in that moment thinking, man, it's so funny that they're, like, doing a dramatic zoom on a face that isn't gonna change, and then, oh! I was like, I can see it just fine. Oh no, why is it smiling like that? I love when there's an attack, right, where someone does it and then it gets blocked and they're just like, it's just paused. Like the impact is just there for a time where it's just like the attack is being held. It's always just so cool. I love that it's just one of those things that is so unrealistic, but it's awesome. Gravity is suspended for a moment just so it can look cool. And the rule of cool will always win. But yeah, this dude sucks. He's the perfect antagonistic rivalry figure to put in a story like this, of course, because like you have to have a friction, and he's one of those guys who's just like But apparently Catspaw says that apparently there's thirst for this character. What are you experiencing, a drought? That's your only option? What are we doing here? That's not correct in any sense of the word. Yeah, dude sucks for a reason, and I can't wait to either cut one of his heads off or, you know, bring him down a peg. I think what's really interesting about his character is, I mean, clearly all we know about him right now is that he's a douchebag. But the situation with that is, he is the first two-headed Mamulja ever to be born from another two-headed Mamulja before him, because that was what we were told, is they're not, the two-headed ones aren't supposed to be able to have babies. So it's like this rare once-in-a-blue-moon thing that one is born, and then they're like, holy shit, honey, come look at this, two heads, right? No, that's the other guy? What do you mean that's the other guy? Shit. Alright, I misunderstood my lore, sorry. Hey, throw that out the window. I don't care. What I forgot, he's the one that's the chosen, he's not the actual child. He's not the actual child. He's, yeah, sorry. Yeah, he's not the child, he's the chosen, and he's the one that's like, I have two heads, so this is my right. Hey, you know what? Hey, throw all my character analysis out the window. Dude just sucks. Plain and simple. I tried to explain something, and I, you know what? He's a dickhead, right? He's a word I can't say because it'll get me demonetized. Okay. Hey, character analysis. Play the game, old man. Play the game. Okay. Given the nature of the rider succession, I expect such altercations are inevitable. He waited for us to leave so he could steal the float, a coward and a thief. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that poor manners often betray poor character. A tense encounter. I'm thankful Alphino thought to share those link posts. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Very nice. Whoa, standard spectrum die. Yeah, why not? Rise of the Dragoon. Level 92. Where is that? Where is that? What is that? Dragonfire Dive goes into that. Deal physical damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 550, 50% less for remaining. So, under the effect of Dragon's Flight. Okay. So, Dragonfire Dive leads into that. We're just going to be staying on Dragoon at this point for the rest, by the way, instead of doing stuff on Dark Knight and swapping over, because I leveled myself up a little bit with some dailies, so I should have hopefully bumped myself to a point where it's not going to hit me with a level limit or something like that. What I will say, though, is I am really, really curious about the first promise. I'm really curious to get more from him, because he's been super silent. He hasn't said anything. We've just had the second promise say, hey, like, he was just leading this, you know, expedition elsewhere. He shouldn't really have any interest in this game, and that's why he hasn't really spoken. He didn't respond to any taunts, and then he hasn't even shown up to this one yet either. But I'm very curious to see what he's actually like, because what I was going to apply to our two-headed guy before realizing that was a mistake was, like, that's got to do wonders for your ego, right? You're like, I'm the firstborn from a two-headed Mimoja. But we'll see. Yeah, I think that there's, like, there are situations that are abnormal, you know, that some people, depending on, like, culture or history, society, whenever it's, like, set, you know, you could see it as, like, this is some sort of divine sign from the gods. What's stronger than one head? Two heads. And we've been blessed with a conjoined baby. Knowing the Ihih'hana, Wookiee who wishes to spread word that the festival will soon be held. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihih'hana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh ho Kali! See, I remember. Twix Resistance, welcome into the stream. And apologies to my regulars that were here waiting as well. Usually we have a bit of a chat and I shout you guys out at the start, but I've been late, so I don't want to keep you guys waiting enough. But you know, to those of you that are here, you know that I love and appreciate you, and I'm glad that you're here. So I hope you're having a good day or a good evening as you join me for the stream today. It's going to be a fun time. It's 5:56 a.m. Aorzean time. The sun is rising just in time. It's going to be a Dawntrail festival. It was all perfectly planned. The sun's going to rise. Clear skies, not a single foggy cloud in sight. And we're going to have a good morning festival. Use your keyboard to say "Oho Kali." Oh my god. I think they did have a capitalized... I spell that right, yes. Okay. Prep that. Have that locked and loaded in the chamber. Have that locked and loaded. Hey, I think rain is a good sign. Rain actually is a great sign for a harvest festival, by the way. So we actually can't even see this as a bad thing. Because that's the rain dance. This is rain dancing right now. This is... Hey! Good harvest. The water is here. It's flowing. Ah, without Ihih'hana, life feels so empty. Hey, guess what? Oh, Kali! The fact that we don't even do the animation, what are we doing? Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? I know that the Oho Kali emote is in the game because I've seen one of you guys do it. But it is funny that We're not even doing it properly. We're not even doing it properly. Not even doing it properly. We're just... Oh, Carly. Hey, the festival's on. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course, I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may be hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Oh, Burke, I'm so sorry. Burke, I really struggle to read two chats at the same time, so the Final Fantasy XIV chat tends to get neglected for me. But, hey. I'm happy for Scribbler. What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends will be glad to know that Ihih'hana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. But I don't think I have crab. Della crab. What's crab Della crab? Is it? It's the crab dance, right? What's crab Della crab? Let's see it. Or do you mean that? Oh no, it's a minion. Yep. Okay. It's not a dance. I was waiting for it to be a crab dance. Not a crab dance. Looking through my small little collection of minions to see that there's no crab, but it's okay. Because it's gonna be hard to get me to use a minion that isn't anything else at this current point in time. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Did someone upgrade to the Shadowbringers Collector's Edition so he could get the revolver? And specifically only the revolver for a job he hasn't even unlocked yet? Did he do that? Surely he wouldn't do such a thing. Yes, he fucking would. Yeah, he would. It's about time, honestly. Been meaning to do that for a while. Ching! I'll become a gunbreaker at some point, and this will be the outfit. That'll be the weapon. It's just ready. It's just waiting for me. Revolver's so small. I think that's accurate, honestly. I'm pretty sure that is accurate. I guess it probably scales to your character's height as well, maybe, or character's size. But it is pretty accurate. Oh. No worries at all, Kate. I can, hey, hang out in the party. Hang out in the party. You've earned it. We don't have a dungeon or any group content coming up yet, I don't think. But someone will rotate in when you're off. But thanks for hanging out. Yeah, but hey. It's not the size of the gunblade. It's how you shoot with it. You understand me? Right? The Hani were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. Oh my god. Oh my... Oh, what's this? This is I speak to Wookiee and the beautiful good omen of the rains have parted to reveal this beautiful blinding light on a clear blue sky with no fog in sight. Oh, we are blessed on this festival day. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. Oh, you know, you are so right, Twix. The gunblade in Lies of P. It was made for me. That was made for me. That was so cool.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihih'hana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
She's riding on the float.
Ihih'hana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
A lot of this stuff is pronounced kind of how it's written, which is kind of nice. It's just hard to like navigate through it at first. Our offering to Quetzalcoatl.
For you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihih'hana.
Oh. It's the ether of the people that celebrate.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Ihih'hana then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
I got Ihih'hana right as well. Let's go. Eyeball laser. Dude. The symbolism of that is perfect. quite literally being a festival that is like reliant on the energy of the people. So when everyone is feeling down and depressed and the festival doesn't go ahead, hey, no magical green crops that go. So that is actually, it's really cool, like the symbolism of that, of like the happiness and health of a community that goes towards celebration.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Now they will know for generations to come. Yeah, and that's a third promise W right there. Hey, mark one on the tally. Third promise W. I wasn't sure what to expect, but the festival was admittedly impressive. I told you, didn't I? Spectacular. Even deprived of their usual sustenance, the Hanu seemed invigorated the moment the festival began. Ihih'hana truly is magical. I was too quick to dismiss the idea that the float had arcane properties. I think I wanted to believe that no one knew more about Ihih'hana than me. As it turns out, there are many things I have yet to learn. With their fields rejuvenated, the Hanu too might finally replenish their flagging reserves of ether. I'd like to take a turn riding the float. What? It looks like fun. Don't pretend the thought didn't cross your mind. Oh, also, question from earlier about the new job. I did see that. I mean, pretty hard not to. Yoshi P coming up on stage dressed as the damn guy. So we got was it Bastion? We have gun shields, which I love because it's a unique job, right? And I like them doing something a little more like unique and unorthodox. Like, that's very fun. Dude, I opened my phone to the image of the Final Fantasy VII raids and immediately posted about it in the Discord because I'm like, hello. I'm like, this is real. What are we? They're finally doing it. They're pulling the pin, and yeah, 30th anniversary. Yoshi P's wanted to do it for ages, so this is the perfect time to do it. It really lines up. Hey, we're finally getting that Buster Sword. Dark Knight Buster Sword. Are we ready? Yeah. And what? Yeah. Hey, Buster Sword. Buster Sword with the bandages on it. Fusion Sword from Advent Children. Buster Sword Crisis Core version. Just give them all. Just hand them all over, please. Thank you very much. Sephiroth's Mazamune on the samurai, please. Yuffie for the ninja. Sid for the dragoon. Vincent for the machinist. Aerith for the healer. Tifa for the monk. Barrett also he'll be a tank, but also kind of a machinist tank. He's got a gun, but he's a big guy, so I mean, I don't really know how that works. They could put him on Bastion and just have, instead of it being a gun shield, it's a big old gun arm thing. He has 2 gun arms. I don't know how they'll handle that. Barrett's a bit of a unique case because Barrett and Vincent kind of both fall into a machinist thing, but Barrett would be a Bastion if you think about it, like job-wise. So very strange. But there are probably people that think Vincent would be more in like Reaper, but he has a gun, so it's obviously machinist. You know, Kate Sith summoner. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Kate Sith is a bit of a No, Kate Sith would be a gambler. He wouldn't be a summoner. Kate Sith would be the gambler because his limit break is dice and slots. The only problem is you don't have gambler in this game, do you? There isn't one. And gambler is a classic job. He's just not. This game just doesn't have one. But he would be gambler. because that is a classic Final Fantasy job. Assassin's not in this game either, but you do have, like, different versions. And then, like, Red 13... I would put Red 13 as, like, a red mage. And that's not because he's red. No, I would probably put him as, like, red mage or something. Yuffie is ninja, obviously. I mean, the great ninja Yuffie. So that kind of covers those characters in their roles. I would, like, maybe you could put... You could actually, you know what? Kate Sith? Because Kate Sith would maybe get given, in the context of this game, like, Astrologian. Because he does that thing in Final Fantasy VII where he tells your fortune. He goes, I'm gonna... I'll tell your fortune. And obviously, while that's like a fake thing, that's for like the disguise. Hey, he's like, I'll read your tarot cards. So, I don't know. Yeah, Revelation adding jobs. Yeah, Revelation's adding jobs. So Tifa does have like a black mage thing, but every character can do the same ones, by the way, I think they said. I can't remember, I might be forgetting. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to like put them into context of the jobs, but I haven't looked into the Gold Saucer stuff much. I know that there's a new game mode thing, and then Barrett and Tifa's outfits are in there. Hey, chat. Tifa Catgirl as an official render is real, so pack it up. Pack it up, because we've reached the peak. It's only downhill from here, with Catgirl Tifa has been confirmed to exist. And I'm gonna wear the outfit. I'm gonna put the outfit on, I'm gonna wear it. But I don't know how much they're gonna go crazy with it, but I'm excited to see what the raid gear is gonna look like. Hopefully it looks good. Probably going to get every character's costumes and weapons in some sense. Which is people, the Final Fantasy VII haters are gonna be so upset for a while, but they can deal with it because, hey, as the wise Maximilian dude once said, this website sucks if you hate anything. No, this website sucks if you love anything, and this website is great if you hate everything. Yeah, he's not, well, I mean, you could maybe argue against this, the Dark Knight thing. I think you could argue your point against that. Obviously, he's a soldier. He's an ex-soldier. You'd think he'd kind of fit more into a little bit of a different class. Like, he would be... I mean, these are your choices, right? In FF7. He's a Dark Knight out of these four. You know. And it is the big sword. But there is a darkness within him in both Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. You could definitely make an argument that he could be more of the Red Mage character because of the aptitude for magical and physical. Absolutely. But, yeah. He's obviously going to be the tanky boy. He's going to be the tanky boy Dark Knight with a big old buster sword. We're going to get Shinra soldier uniforms, Turk outfits. How far are they going to go? We're going to get a miniaturized Highwind mount. I could almost, like, with absolute certainty say that, like, the little Moogle, like the Moogle that Kate Sith rides on, that's got to be a mount for sure. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. And because we've already got both motorbikes, maybe they'll hit us with the with that little truck that they escape in. That the rest of the gang are sitting in that little truck while Cloud's on the bike. That would be great. The buggy is probably gonna be a thing too?
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognized the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihih'hana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihih'hana to hollow theater. But today's events remind us of the power in tradition.
Connor!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
He gets to put this on some sickly reeds, and if it heals it, he'll also pass. Ether in a bottle. Nice. They conveniently left a field for him.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wooklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihih'hana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So this is what they look like.
get it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Hey, by the way, buddy, we achieved the goal first.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihih'hana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Nice.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
For win we must, even if we don't even do it properly and we also cheat. I think there's definitely something interesting to be spoken about in regards to this little partnership that we have. You know, he seems alright. Kawana seems alright, but he has like the sort of the scientific and like foreign, you know, concepts and solutions that he's like, see how good it is if we bring this stuff in. Look at what we do. We just add a little drop of potion in here and we're all good. But he doesn't also account for like the community aspect or tradition, so that we're seeing obviously so many different viewpoints, where there's one that it's kind of interesting to see that like Wuklama is going to end up being more of like a traditionalist in that sense of someone like sort of learning why things are the way that they are and almost like keeping tradition and allowing things to remain as they are because it works. But then you've also got like this sort of modernist angle with Kawana, which is like, hey, we like help out with like foreign groups, we bring in like international solutions, modern medicine. Then you've got the goddamn warmonger with conquest to expand. So you've got like your different, definitely your different like political alignments through the rite of succession on how things are going to go. And it's unfortunate that Kawana's like, you don't need like this, you don't need to carry a heavy float around, like disregarding the power of community and how that also helps people like celebrate and connect as one another. There isn't like, oh hey, it's time for our annual drop the potion in the thing and oh look, we have crops, yay, you know, instead of like embracing and empowering community. Because just like humans, a lot of the people in this game, we all have community and we're all social creatures playing the social MMO. But I do really quite like seeing the different perspective at play. And when you look at Kawana, and when you look at me, do you think to yourself, man, I really hope they add an update one day that lets us remove these marks from our face. You want to get rid of my aura? You want to get rid of my sexy little markings? What are we doing? You want to get rid of my markings? Well, Kawana seems a decent sort. He strikes me as a man who likes to keep others at a distance. Two-headed troubles aside, Wooklamat completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. Exactly. He earned a keystone. I'm curious as to who these Archons the second promise mentioned could possibly be. Where is Bakul Jaja gone, I wonder? What did his follower mean by their other prospect? Oh, you know, following and copying Koana, of course. My journey has just started, and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wook-Evu, for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Ihih'hana, it warms my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihih'hana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited, thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Jabaliov Tai. Jabaliov Tai. Oh, he knows, Philippe. He knows. I think he knows. I think he do know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ether currents related to traversal in Cosmouka, and 5 blue quests. How about I go grab that? We're probably going to be, we'll be here for a while. There'll be some other ones. Actually, considering it's heading to the south, it'll probably be one of our next destinations, so we'll do Right for the Offering, Right of the Winds Chosen, because those are probably going to be ether current quests. Tu Calibre, that poor bird creature. Like, why was I cursed with such a heavy giant beak and this frail body? Why did they give me the body of a dragonfly? Hanu. Hey. You're Wooklamat's companion, aren't you? Kishahihi smiles upon me. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's savers to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kishahihi. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You will join us. That makes me so happy. My feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so ripe that they've fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanuhali at the shrine. Alrighty. Let's go. We'll pick up the other blue quests as well. I'm so excited to get to our first Dawntrail dungeon. It's like the anticipation of the first dungeon or trial or anything of a new expansion. We're going to perform an honored tradition. Oh, Kali Omega, of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wooklamat's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I'm Lanuh'hana, and I have the honor of being the Wind's Chosen. It's my feathers which adorn the festival float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering. But there's much more to it than a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Nahanshi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. This person doesn't look lost at all. They are just around the corner. You're looking for me. You're not a Ihih'hana unless you're molting something awful. Yeah, you to arrive. Something about feathers. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now you've found me. I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Ihih'hana then. I thought I was just coming here to pick up some feathers. My superiors didn't say anything about helping someone. You've found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahanshi. As the wind's chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes? Then come with me to the center of Ihih'hana, where you can behold the entire village at once. Whenever you hear the sound effect of someone going doosh, landing on the ground. Take it all in. This is Ihih'hana. As you can see, our homes are made from woods and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Ihih'hana is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well, and when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Hey, flex those muscles of yours, pal. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Ihih'hana would thank you. And now for the reason you came. The feathers of the wind's chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of the Kisha'ihi, the great bird revered by all Hanuhanu. The feather gives it a touch of authenticity that makes the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Omega? I would like to hear your opinion of Nahanshi. I wonder how the outfits go in terms of repair. Like, you get damaged in battle, tear a few feathers. What are you gonna do? You gotta come back here and say, hey, got any more of them feathers, pal? He's not the most motivated person. You lack motivation. Scum. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troop whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. but working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate. And while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. It's kind of a blend of a lot of those cultural references, I think. I will not pretend like I am able to obviously identify specific things. That does come from a lack of education on like specific differences between them, because obviously I know that they're all different. But it does feel like quite a bit of a blend of things. The feathers we send to the Landsguard are for decorative purposes, and since they can lay untouched for quite some time, they aren't fit for use on the float. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu might think this bird god is worth all the trouble, and I just want to get it over with. Hey, pal. Hey, man. I don't know. I wish you the best in life. I got my ether current. My job's done. That was my source of motivation. Hey, maybe you'll find your motivation somewhere. Good luck on the road ahead, pal. Whee! As Scribblers says, this is a good quest line, and I said, it's so good. It's so good when you get your ether current. There is also potential to explore certain quest lines further in the future, but hey, if it ends up being tied to a society, then maybe I'll do it. But hey, I got what I'm here for. Now I got to pick up this not so spherical fruit. Fruit with some rough edges on it. Yeah, and yeah, if it continues obviously into a society-related thing, it would still be a blue one. Hey, I got my ether current, and sorry, buddy, your quest icon there, not blue enough for me. I like my quest icons blue. What can I say? We got a few members in our community that are a little more dedicated than some that are going through Final Fantasy XIV or intending to go through the game, doing everything, or clearing out a region of all of its available side quests before they continue. And, you know, you've earned my respect. You've also earned my concern. But yeah, a little bit of respect there too, but ultimately concern. The fields of gold. No, like clearing them out. Not just reading them, like doing them all. I think Will is one of those in our community, and then someone last stream I think mentioned, or maybe they mentioned it in the chat, I can't remember. Mentioned wanting to like start Final Fantasy XIV fresh. I think that was in the Final Fantasy channel. Someone was like mentioned wanting to start Final Fantasy XIV fresh, doing everything, and then catch up before Evercold. I'm like, hey, one of those things is possible, and it's certainly not doing everything. Well, Twix, that's because we live in the round universe. You've got to go to the cube universe for that one. How do I get... There you go. I think, like, if the side quests gave significant XP, way more people would do them. Way more people would do them. Because then they would do the side quests on an alt or something. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Yeah, you could totally no-life the game, for sure. But if you've got other things going on, a bit hard. You could definitely catch up if you, like, started fresh, but I don't think you'd be able to catch up if you started fresh and did everything in the game. Like, absolutely everything. Ah. Ihih'hana will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest. You are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihih'hana back to us, Ihih'hana is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to Ihih'hana and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Now, I don't know the specifics of, like, the doing everything, because I don't know, because you could technically then be like, does that mean also completing every available job quest in the area, which means picking up all of the jobs and leveling all of them to the appropriate levels to be able to continue all of those quest lines as well, right? Like, surely that must be included in the doing everything because those are available quests. So you'd be not only doing all of the main and side quests, but you'd be doing all of the job quests and leveling involved as well. And obviously I say this from the perspective of someone who, hey, hasn't leveled a whole lot of jobs, and it does take a while. Would I love it? Would I love it if you were on an alt, or if you had a character that was at the level cap, that leveling an alt would give you like a passive experience boost that could stack with each job? Yeah, that would be cool, right? They're like, hey, congratulations, you're leveling an alt. Here's like a little 20% passive boost. That's how. This is actually kind of funny. This is how you get the some more of that mountain chromite gear. You can get that in a side quest. I did use those ones that we got, by the way. I kind of regret those. I will tell you that much. I redeemed them on my Dragoon, and let me tell you, probably a mistake. I was like, I've already got, like, cool stuff on my Dark Knight. I probably will never use it for transmog, and then I looked at the Dragoon version that I opened, and I said, you know what? Should have opened it on the Dark Knight. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, if the side quests actually gave more experience, if there were good XP sources, I just think that would simply be the one source of motivation that would change things for people, because they would go, oh cool, I'll run through the side quests on an alt. You do get an XP bonus for jobs below your max. Hey, I just work here, man. I'm not an expert. I'd be speaking things into the ether. I say, oh, this would be cool, and then, hey, an expert comes into my chat and says, hey, that's a thing, you silly guy. Do you have to be, like, at the level cap, though? Like, does my Dark Knight have to be level 100 for that to apply, or is it just any other job that is underneath another one? And also, what's the XP bonus? How much is that? Welcome back. Was Lanuhali impressed with your offering? Oh, the most impressed that they've ever been. Yes, I can feel Ihih'hana's grace emanating from these. Thus, the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamor to participate in this rite, you know. It's said the fruit offered becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Although you traveled far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings of Ihih'hana sweep ill fortune from your path. Hey, thank you. Thank you. The bonus is plus 100% for levels 1 to 89, 50% for 90 to 100. The bonus only applies to defeating enemies and fate rewards. No! And see, there. And there lies your issue. There lies your issue. That is unfortunate. Back to Tuliolol. So now we're going to the other pathway, right? So this was the Hanu. Now we're going to the other group. Ziggy, main quest is going good. We just did the festival, got a couple of ether currents, and we're back in Tuliolol. And I need to find the alpaca. Where are you at? This is the Chocobo Keep. It would be the porter, wouldn't it, over there? It would be the porter over there. Dungeon boss XP counts. I guess at least there is some things that's good. I should probably be doing more dungeon and fate stuff on my alts then. Should be doing more fates in general, honestly, because, like, what is it? The challenge log. Does give you some good stuff in here. Yeah, like, I need to be doing this more, for sure. That's 3.2 million XP sitting on the table. When Wunklamat declared her intention to save the festival, I feared where it would lead us. I'm glad to see my concerns were unfounded. The Hanu's festival must be as central to their traditions as the Sundrop dance is to the Vanu. I noticed Sorolja was not at the Hanu village. Yep, skipped it. I pray we don't cross paths with Bakul Jar Jar at the next feat. Oh, my belly, long has it been since I've feasted so well. And just like that, we found an Elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Alpaca. Chances are good we'll find an Elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. To Alpaca. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Brook Eva's tacos to feed an army. I wish I could say the same. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Alpaca, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Alpaca. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Oh my god, please. Please. It's alpaca time, surely. I mean, it's not mountain goats, but hey, maybe. Have you got alpacas that can, yeah, please? Oh, yes. Look, pattern recognition. Look. Oh my god, it's alpaca time, chat. It's alpaca time. No worries, Alex. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. Shame you'll catch it at nighttime. It's 1:28 in the morning. Fuck. All right, hang on. Hey. Hey. Let's change something. Let's change something. Let's get a little crazy. I'm just gonna waste time for a while until daylight. You can't. That's I guess the unfortunate thing about playing a MMO space, right? Is we can't just go, ooh, let's go sleep until daytime, you know? Because it's a shared world. Oh my god. All right, good night, everyone. Log out. Dream fitting. Try online store gear. Wait, what the fuck? There's dream fitting? Oh, guys, we are wasting time. There we go. We're gonna waste time. When did they add dream fitting? When was the last time I clicked on a bed in an inn? They have in-game... They have an in-game online store thing. Whoa, I didn't even realize that. Oh my god, dude. This is so cool because, like, I've looked at it in the store, but I've never, like... I'm like, okay, cool. But... it's so much cooler being able to preview it on my own guy. Oh my god. That's a really smart idea. They're like, hey, we need to encourage people to buy things with their money. Hey, can I just have this shirt? Or do I have to get the whole thing? Give me the shirt on its own. Yeah, we're just gonna waste time until the morning, by the way. Fucking, hey, you ever get hit with the Final Fantasy 14 leather daddy? What do we? Where'd that come from? Leisure wear. I guess maybe in the pants. What is going on with this? What's going on with his shirt? It's, oh man. We're wearing a tank with some cloth that we found, and we put it over the top. Look at my ear holes for my beanie though. Oh my god, look, they're actually knitted holes. I'm not just clipping through. Let's go. It's got a little chocobo marker on it. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, an in-game store would be very, very nice. In-game store would be good. Yeah, I guess like they got to figure out some way for that to work. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, that's how I wear my headphones when I have cat ears. I will say it. This is, hey, not to glaze an online storefront. Some stuff is pretty cool, but like, Silent Hill F? Silent Hill F just dropped. Not to glaze an online storefront, but the concept of being able to at least try it out on your own characters is the best part, I think, about this. Like, this actually helps so much more, because I just see, like, the random characters wearing it, and I'm like, I don't know what that's going to look like on me. So it's very cool to be able to see it in there like that. Ah, yes. Look at those legs, dude. Not the Oktoberfest. Dude, look at the peacock fit, though. That is flashy. Oh! Look at that. It's not something I would wear on my style, obviously, but look at that, dude. He was a fairy. I also really like being able to have all of their characters, like, weapons and stuff, which is cool. Get Ishtola's staff. All store items should be account bound. I would agree with that. God damn, what are we doing here? I'm going to the show. I'm going to the races to support the animal abuse. Oh, it's going to be so much fun to see them race. Yes, that's right. Hey, what do you mean I can't be a Far Eastern schoolgirl? you won't let me be a Far Eastern schoolgirl? You'll let me be a Far Eastern lady errant? You'll let me be in Silent Hill F? You won't let me be a Far Eastern schoolgirl. The fairy tale prince. Look at my crown. Oh, you'll let me be a fairy tale princess? Complete with bows on my dress and whatever, and that cage that they wear to make that. You can tell I'm not wearing a corset though. This is doing nothing for my waist. But I can't be a schoolgirl. Dude, the halo though. It's got the halo. That's where the wings come from. What is the... Oh no. That's cool as hell. This is Alphino's jacket before he became a sage. What's the time in the game, chat? Is it sunny outside? While I look at my carbuncle slippers that are in different different color schemes. That's great. Not the slippers. I'm a Far Eastern beauty. 3 a.m. All right, see, 3 a.m. That's not sunny. That's not sunny yet. That's right. So we get to keep looking at this. Armory of the Heavens. A lot of the Far Eastern stuff in this game, in the online store exclusive element. The latest trends of a variety of sizes. Actually, that's like a pretty cool idea though. Chat, yesterday, before I was going to sleep, scrolling on the internet, I saw someone like post an image. I saw people were talking about Final Fantasy XII, and they posted like the first image of the character of Ash that was ever revealed. And like, I love Final Fantasy XII, and I was like looking at the image. I was like, looking at Ash, and I'm like, fuck, that character design is so bad in terms of like costuming. I was like, it is one of those like very extreme. One of those very extreme examples of like Final Fantasy attire, just like from a distance, if you don't even acknowledge it or look at it, you're like, hell yeah. And then you start actually looking at it and you're like, it falls apart under scrutiny. We're like, she's not even wearing a skirt. That's like 2 pieces of cloth held together by a belt. And then on her waist is like a skirt, another mini skirt, but like around her waist for some reason, and then is wearing another shirt on top of that. And there's random armor pieces on the thighs, you know, just in case she gets hit on the thigh, but not too high, you know, otherwise that's skin. And I'm like, look at that, being like, that must be a nightmare to put on every day. It's terrible. It really is. A lot of the outfits can be quite questionable. Hey, Lulu has an outfit made of belts because she wants you to know that she was designed by Tetsuya Nomura. That was just a sign of things to come. Every character that wears a belt, they got it from Lulu. Lulu retired and she sold all of her belts to all of the other characters. The Lulu dress is amazing. Hey, let's do the rest of Dawntrail in the Galatea attire. I look quite pretty. My Alisei fit though. My Alisei fit. Guys. Guys. I think Zero's had an outfit change now, so we can wear that, right? Yeah, cursed. Grahad's here if he wasn't a redhead. It actually is really cool to have, like, character outfits. I do like that. Hey! Hey! Why won't you let me wear it? This game is so funny. Holy goddamn. This game is so funny. I can't wear Ishtola's clothing! It's really funny what you are decided to be limited on. Hey, Aymeric, where's your legs at? Does he not have any? It's just the coat and the gloves. Okay. Where are your legs at? There's so many feminine clothes that you can wear in the game, but some they go no. They say Hey, let me dress like Ishtola. I'll surprise her. It's alright. It's alright, because I will put on the Tifa outfit and Ishtola won't be able to do anything about it. In fact, she'll probably enjoy it. Alright, 5:31 a.m. You know what that means? We've got at least another hour or two. Because it's fine. As long as it's daylight, it doesn't need to be sunrise. Let me hop back in the bed. Let me get a little bit comfy for a second. Hold on. I want to go look at the Final Fantasy X. Let's wear the Abe's attire, baby. Final Fantasy X 25th anniversary. Oh my god, I can't wear Yuna's clothes. Can't wear Yuna's clothes. No, I don't think they would. I think it's probably, it seems like it's only the store that kind of gender locks stuff in this way. Like, there's a lot of, like, I can wear 2B's outfit. If I can wear 2B's outfit, I'll be able to wear Tifa's outfit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Yoshi P, can we get Final Fantasy X content in the game? Yes, you can buy Yuna and Tidus in the store, and that's it. Now go away. No Blitz Ball, no nothing. No Auron outfit. Where's it? Okay. The fact that I can't be Auron with Auron's sword. Oh, I can't even wear Lightning's attire. Come on, man. I can't even wear Lightning's fit. Ooh, I realized, by the way, that something that's a little bit unfortunate with the weaponry is you don't get to see what the weapon looks like if you take it out. It's a bit of a shame. Fang's bladed lance. Best part of Final Fantasy 13, by the way, is Fang. Everybody knows that. I will not hear otherwise. Why, yes. Oh my... The fact that there's just nothing else on you except that is crazy. Hey, for... It's so bad. I'm gonna have to be Santa Claus this year, chat. I'll have to be Santa Claus. Oh my. Wait a minute. I need this to add to my Pictomancer outfit. There's a nose. I didn't even know this was here. Oh no, it's the hat and the nose together. No, because I already have, like, I have the hat, and the hat is perfect. I just need the nose needs to be like a glasses type accessory. It needs to be like a mask type thing. Oh, it being with the hat is so upsetting. That's so upsetting. If it's just the nose, I would be there. I would be there. Damn. Little Ladies Day. You'll let me be a songbird? Valentine's Day. Got the Alice in Wonderland fit if you want. Yes. All right, I'm out of here. Yep, I'm getting. I'm up. I'm getting up. Also, by the way, I think we did fix. I was having some issues last stream where I thought maybe the stream quality was bad. And we haven't had that this stream, so I think that is because I set the frame rate back to 60. I would like to contribute the success to that. There we go. We're awake. We're up. It's sunny out. 6:58. Look at the beautiful day. No fog in sight. We've broken free of the curse. We are so back. Sunny day to be hiking some mountains. Gab Garno, thanks so much for being a member for the last 10 months. I appreciate you. Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? Pelu, all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess their age. The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. Oh, why did it have to be alpacas? Wook Lamart thinks they're foul beasts. Can't wait. It's like those fiends. Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. Oh no, we got wind in 2 minutes. We're gonna get blown off the mountain. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Okapacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoctoral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill-suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? And hey, in the first, we got Amaro. But you guys don't know anything about that. But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. Ha, I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it was not what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. I love that, where it's like, money, please. Here you go. Fair price for your fair advice. Yes. I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then. And thank you. I better not get spit on again. Are we insinuating that Wooklamart hasn't actually rode one, just literally tugged on fur, and it was her own fault that got her spat on? You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Alpaca, then that's what we'll do. It's alpaca time. Oh my god, look at him.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall.
And
all other lands sink beneath the sea.
Here comes the fog, chat.
Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Alpaca, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
I was really hoping to get a good close-up of us on the alpacas there, but it was only from a distance.
So this is Alpaca. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear. Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh, do tell.
Big monsters.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk-Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places.
I'm the first one to arrive here.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Alpaca specialty, a spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyola. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watchun Pello's down the path. Off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
It's right there. Yeah, so welcome to Alpaca indeed. Very cool. I need more time. Need more time to ride these alpacas, please. Oh no, we can fight them. The fiends. Level 90 alpacas. Oh my god, I have my... Yeah, hold on a second. Oh my god. I love that. My keyboard is saying that I have my scroll lock on when I die. Alright, there we go. Look out! Yeah, I was gonna talk to the alpaca porter in Tuliolal to do that, and then I forgot, and then the main quest said, hey, we're gonna ride alpacas, so then I just forgot even more, because my brain was like, well, I'm riding alpacas. So I will talk to the porter here as well. The palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuklemart's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. I could see more buildings down the path Bolnock was taking. I wonder what's over that way. This is it. Watchun Pello, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklemart should have arrived before us. That's not good. Come all this way for the right of succession. Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes. Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erenville, when did you... A Shatona from a far-off Jacques Tarral. Northern winters are a bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. A Shatona from far-off Jacques Tarral. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, neither is the third promise, perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklemart fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. a valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. To Urkapacha. I swear I let her out of my sight for one moment. Wooklamite is lucky to have Erenville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. It would seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made to Pelu Pelu's size, and mine too, come to think of it. Alright, before we dive into the next quest, Traders of Happiness, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and then I will be back. All right. Hello, chat. Shall we continue? Living Sun, welcome into the stream. I have heard some of the FanFest news. And yes, Final Fantasy VII being the first thing that I heard or saw. Oh, ooh. And yeah, I'm happy about it. And yeah, I'm happy about it. Actually, sorry. A couple of seconds. I just got to put this back in the kitchen. All right. Traders of Happiness. Stream's been good, cast. Welcome in. A good vibe, a good energy, if I say so myself. There's a good amount of Final Fantasy motivation swelling within me right now. We're talking about the Final Fantasy VII stuff. And how I went to the Distant Worlds Orchestra concert the other day. And I've just recently finished Chrono Trigger. We've started a new expansion of Dawntrail. It's a good time. It is a good time. Not my furnace moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Wilclamart, you and Erenville might try approaching travelers and passerby. Omega, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Yeah, so, hey. I don't want to brag. I don't want to brag too much, you know. I don't want to put myself on a pedestal, but hey, Yoshi P, he reached out to me personally, and he said, I'm so glad that you're finally catching up and you're starting Dawntrail, because that means I can announce Final Fantasy VII. They were going to wait. They were going to wait until I was closer to catching up so they could confirm that I was going to be there. It was so hard to keep that a secret. Baku bread. Look behind you. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me? I don't much care who sits the throne as long as they keep Terrell peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh no, this is going to cost me like 2,000 million gil. Oh right, yes, you were asking about that Elector business. Yeah, but being freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. I love how Final Fantasy X these guys are. Electors. Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne. Personally, I'm rooting for Zerolja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers in the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around my way of thinking, so I began crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? I have to give them a firm no, right? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zerolja or his policies. Oh yeah? And what if I put you in a box and then threw that box off a cliff? Would you tell me then? No. You'd be dead. Look at all the packers. Look at all the packers. Hello there, I'm Marblu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Ah, but to be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Well, I'll talk to him. I'm gonna get too close. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. They don't spit on the chosen one. Do you know what else is going to be amazing about that new raid series, by the way? And not just that, but also Evercold itself. Again, just a cheeky little reminder. It's going to be my first Final Fantasy XIV expansion that I am up to date on. It's going to be my first one that I get to play as it releases, suffer the queue times, experience the story with you, and then we get to show up together for the raid drops and play them in order, which is going to kill me. Just, hey, by the way, it's going to be awful because I am so used to being able to play it. Oh, cool. The content is there for me to play. See you next week. You know, it's going to be, I'm going to finish the raid for that part and go, oh, when is the next part? When? It's going to suck, dude. The waiting is going to, I'm going to perish. It's going to be so upsetting to have to wait. But it's going to be the most immersive one because when a character says, oh, hey, it's been a while since I've seen you, I'm like, I know. So it's gonna kill me. but it's going to be cool because we get to, you know, go through it and react to it together. So if there's anyone, like, while I'm streaming and playing it, if there are people that want to, you know, be in the party and go through the story at the same time as me, or if you know, don't mind running it through with me after you've already done stuff, you know, we'll figure it out. But it'll be definitely a unique take for us to be going through it together. I will absolutely be doing the harder modes of those raids, because they're adding another difficulty, aren't they? They're doing like a middle difficulty between normal and savage. I wonder if you're able to pick that middle difficulty as the first time through, or if you have to unlock it in the same way you unlock savage, though. No worries, Jared. Thanks so much for tuning in today. I'll see you next time. And yeah, I think someone mentioned it, but I think when they do an ultimate raid or something, that's based off of a previous or existing raid or something to that effect. So, hey, I'm gonna be there. Hey, we could do a day one ultimate group. I'm down. I'll be there. Bells and whistles on. Buster sword in hand, I'll be there. So, if you want to do a group for ultimate, yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah, we'll do it. How many ultimates are in the game at the moment? Because we should look at those. We should look into those. I would like to have a look at the other ones for sure. There's 6. Oh, baby. Yeah, we're gonna have to do an ultimates run. I think, like, that's something to think about as well, is once we're all caught up and we're painfully waiting for things, whether we catch up before Evercold and have some free time, that's when we're probably gonna start doing, we'll do some, obviously some extra stuff, like whatever extra stuff we don't do along the way, like jobs and other, like, raids and stuff like that, and then the role quests and blah blah blah. Always stuff to do, except for any of the crafting and fishing and stuff. And I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. We're gonna go into Bosnia again. But I just hope, yeah, I hope we're all there together for Evercold, and people that are currently playing through the game like myself catching up. We all get there, so that'd be cool. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the Alpaca Ranch is not far from here, so if we pay a visit before the others return. You tried, Philippe, and that is admirable. Your effort has been recognized. Oh. They won't let me on. They won't let me on, I tell you. I saw a stat thing as well, because then I think they showed that there's a 20% completion rate on like Savage content, on like the harder difficulty stuff, which is actually pretty high because it's kind of normal for that to be much lower. So it's cool that this MMO is probably one of the more accessible ones for that harder content, but it is a very clear percentage that, like, you look at that stuff and, like, people tend to forget how small the chamber is for the higher difficulty class. Like, Destiny players would love to tell you how big raids are and how special they are, and they're the best content in the game. And, you know, you would get the feeling that maybe it's some of the most popular content in the game too, but it's less than 20% of the total registered players have completed one raid. If we were to say people that have completed more than one, that would immediately probably drop to like 15, maybe even 10%. If we were to go even more than that into other raids, it would continue to drop even further. So the people that have like done all the raids and are still playing the game, we'll be looking in like 3% or less of the total player base. There's over 40 million registered Destiny accounts with that percentage number in mind. And people would love to tell you that, like, hey, raids, best content in the game. And most of the player base has not even set foot in one, let alone completed an encounter. So the statistics for that is really crazy. It's actually genuinely kind of upsetting as well, because it is a part of games that get so much effort. And I do believe that Destiny raids are kind of the best content in the game. And they're really hard, they're really challenging, depending on which raid you're doing. Some are easier. Some have aged poorly with power creep and whatever. But that being said, there's still a coordination with 6 other people. And some people just really struggle with that. And they just haven't got to experience some of the best part of the game. And it's crazy because it's like, that's a lot of resources and effort from teams that like make that stuff that so many people won't even see. Like if I was on the raid team, I would just be so upset. I'd be so upset, you know, because I just want people to see it and experience it, you know. So I guess maybe there's a similar feeling for Final Fantasy XIV. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobly often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Huh, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobly a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobly. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here and share our impressions. Hey, I think that it's a big barrier for some people, is they're worried about doing harder content because a concern comes from outside the game, and it comes from maybe like anxiety surrounding like performance or being someone who doesn't like pull their weight or something like that. There's toxicity in gaming groups, especially the hardcore groups in every single video game, and that is unfortunate. But it really does depend on who you play with, and there are so many people. There are so many people that are not like that and are understanding, especially if someone is like learning, you know, because like learning is all part of the process. You're not going to just immediately jump in and clear it. They're not like, hey, be max level, item level thing, have all fucking magic relic weapons done, know what to do. Basically, you can clear it by yourself, you know. There are people like that, but there are a lot of people that aren't like that. Like, if you screw up, a good group is not going to chew you out, right? And when you work together and you, like, are able to achieve it and get it done, it's a really, really nice feeling. You think I might be Tobly? Ha, well, maybe I am. All I will say that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Right? Boastful, nonchalant. Am I Tobly? Yes. Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Okay. Sure. Diligent ranch hand. Visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Alright, well, I'm almost willing to bet it's the diligent one. Well, obviously I'm not Tobly. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobly is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ooh. Or if they're even in the village at all. Okay. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Diligent ranch hand. The worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal, a generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. Of course it's the one that wouldn't say, yes, I'm Tobly, and look how good I am, and hey, you got me. It's going to be someone supervising, watching from a distance, saying, hey, careful about that spit. Diligent. Head ledger of Watchin' Pello and head rancher of the family ranch. If you guess incorrectly, does Wooklamart just pay someone else? And then we're like, hey, now I'm out $50. You're gonna have to shout me the next tacos. I am also one of Galoo Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuliolal saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Oh. Oh, nice. All right, he's showing up.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
Oh, yeah, he's over that way.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
He's putting on a show. Oh, can't.
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge.
Bro. Fucking gave it away.
Per the Dawnservant's instructions,
like...
I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Perfect.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Bring out the example. So cute. Look at those teeth.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks! I can't.
Oh.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
Welcome back.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Well,
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Uklamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Oh, we certainly did. I don't like that there was, he just, like, looked at one of them, and I guess it might, you have to consider or think about the political leanings or preferences of the people that live here as well, because maybe they want him to win. Maybe they prefer him as the leader because he's the one that's all about expanding the borders and conquest, which means more trade, which means more money for these guys. So him showing up, they're like, he's got an unfair advantage here because this is a society that would be all for what he does. I did say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. Zoroljar puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. Ah, we just need to beat Zoroljar in combat. He'll become obsessed with us. And then he'll help us. After maybe possessing my body first and doing some bullshit. Judging by the volume of Wooklamart's scream, Alpaca expectoration. Must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. So this is our sought-after Elector. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I was impressed with how easily Zoroljar found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. Yeah. Also, Ragnar, when I was like, oh, these guys, they remind me of Final Fantasy X. Not the Shoepuff related area, because the Shoepuff one, that's like a blue guy. The one that's like, would you like to ride the Shoepuff? That's like a lanky little blue alien looking guy. There's like, in Final Fantasy X, I think there's like some short, like really tiny shorties, NPCs, that just straight up like have the same like mask, but I don't think there's actually, they're just kind of around. So it's just kind of a visual continuation, I think, which is really cool. Just tiny little bits of Final Fantasy X here and there, you know? It doesn't get put in as much. You can buy that outfit. You got Anima in the game. You got these guys. But it's pretty cool. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Don't worry, we're gonna have Blitzball. We're gonna have Blitzball any day now. They're gonna add Blitzball to the gold saucer. The feet of gold. Yeah, exactly. They're just background NPCs. But it's cool to see. As Wooklamart helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. Might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Hey. And because we stuck around, we're getting advice. Wonderful, give me one of those then. It's going to cost money. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Alphano says, hey, haven't bought anything in a while. Maybe out of fear. I could splurge a little. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. The Wooklamart Trade-Up Challenge. What's up, guys? Welcome to Urkapacha, where today I'm doing a trade-up challenge. Can I turn 100 pel into 1 million? We're gonna go and hang out with a bunch of Pelu and see if they will get me to my goal. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. I like that she got confused with Alphano. Oh, right, I panicked and got confused with Alphano's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Yeah, but how will the promise learn? If not by learning. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again. Marblu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wooklamart goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then for that third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Marblu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Take Cryo with you. Because Tartaru's not here. Yeah, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Marblu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. We're becoming a ranch hand! How awful. Gladly, although, Omega, I think you should go with Wooklamart. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over and surely have sage advice to share. Hey, thank you. Thank you. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Omega anyway. The better to keep my hands free. How many fish do they sell? All of them. All of them. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Harvley, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea on how much he'll accept for his wares. That's clever. Off we go. I think this will probably go down as one of the most, if not like the most unique approach to an expansion, because I definitely I can see that sort of perspective that this isn't our story and we're kind of like the side character to Wooklamart, but I think it's quite cool in that sense. It's interesting when it gets to things where we're used to being the guy that people look to do the task. And then when we're in a situation when we're the one helping someone else do the task, I just think that's cool to there's an exposure to the fact that we're not the only person in existence and on this, on the source to be depended upon. It's a nice change of pace. To see, to go to a different land, to see someone else who is in this position of, people look to them, and there's a competition for who's gonna, be the leader. And I think people are probably quite used to, you know, being this like special main character. But again, we've been the special main character for a really long time, and we still technically are. So I like it. We're just like literally watching a shonen protagonist go through their character arc. I don't know, man. The more that I play Final Fantasy XIV, the more that I question if Final Fantasy XIV players are ever happy. Turning 100 pel worth of wool into a 10,000 pel saddle is exactly the kind of suggestion I'd expect from the head of a merchant clan. I'd worry if it was just Wuklamart, but it sounds like Marblu knows a thing or two about trading. I have every confidence he'll come back with the saddle. Tending the alpacas, are we? I had some experience with that when I was younger. Marblu hasn't given up, I see. Oh. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah. You absolutely can't please everyone. And, like, for every release that they do or what they choose to do, some people will be happy, some people won't. But it is always the unhappy ones that will kick up a fuss way more, because it's easier to talk negative, because it arouses those feelings in you. Like, you're like, I'm so annoyed and upset, I gotta go get these feelings out and say that I hate stuff on the internet. Yeah. This is the artisan who makes our taming saddles. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just through trading? Well, let's find out. Hey, what the people that maybe don't like Dawntrail don't realize is this is the perfect expansion to follow up Shadowbringers and Endwalker. This is the perfect expansion for something like that. Every ongoing story, whether it's in the same game through expansions or a series of multiple sequels, needs to reach a ebb and flow point of building tension to a peak and then resetting you and building up to a peak and resetting you, because you cannot maintain constant upwards trajectory only, because you are then stuck in a trap of having to exceed the expectations, exceed the stakes of before, and you are then going, whoa, that Frieza guy, chump change, now it's Cell. Cell, chump change, Majin Buu, chump change, God of Destruction, chump change, Xeno, ruler of all of the universes ever. And this is the most powerful enemy I've ever faced. It's a constant power creep of everything. Brings it down. We have a beach episode. This is the Yakuza 3 of Final Fantasy XIV. And there are so many examples, right? There are so many examples. This is the perfect type of expansion to follow up on Endwalker with, because when you have something like Endwalker, you do not go bigger, you go intentionally smaller, and then you start broadening horizons. You start diving into something new. But a lot of people don't get that because they just want like more of the same or bigger than before, and then they don't realize that that is a problem or will become a problem. Because it's like, yeah, I want the good stuff now. They're not willing to like wait. People are not patient. People are not patient. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. Here's our first offer. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this could barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff, and you've got yourself a deal. Nice. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. There you go. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle was going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Sir Aljar will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. We are already an underdog, being put under the underdog because we are in enemy territory. Hey! Thanks for running your mouth, by the way. I thought you were supposed to help. Oh, please, I'm a beggar. Help. Give me a saddle for cheap. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamar. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Marblu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokoi ruled our village. The Yokoi? That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, then I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the peace for Tuliyola on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. You're a genius, Omega. Of course, the Weaver. Bolnok was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. Excellent plan. Yeah, Baku, that is incredibly true as well. It's not like a situation where it's like, oh, the Warrior of Light is now Super Saiyan 3, and that means 3 big number higher than 2, now he can beat enemy. There's so many factors at play, and I always like how the game is very smart about getting information and learning on how to actually, like, handle situations and tackle them and some such. Like, you can't just beat enemies with nothing but overwhelming strength. And also, just because Dawntrail is what it is, it doesn't mean that you have to enjoy it because it might be fitting. It's not like, hey, if you enjoy it, you must hate this and only want this type of thing, like, because that's what the internet loves to do, make things very black and white, as it's either the best thing or the worst thing ever. But there is nuance to these things, and perfectly fine to not also enjoy things as much. There's a lot of things that I don't enjoy about some things as well, and then I talk about it as it comes up. I don't certainly love everything, but I keep an open mind for most things and try and see what they're... I think maybe something that I do first is I try and actually just try and view it from the point of what experience are they trying to give me, instead of what experience do I want personally. Because if you were to ask me what experience I want personally, I wouldn't even be able to answer that, because I don't know. I don't really know exactly what I would want, and it wouldn't be this. And I think that's a really cool thing about experiencing games and movies and any media or stories or whatever. It's something that the person who's making it wants to share, and people will like that, or they might not like it. And sometimes some of the best things you've ever experienced are things that you didn't know that you wanted. Is this where you met the Weaver? Yes, it is. This is the spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. And he was probably going to Kovlo's Inn. Most visitors to watch in Pello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Oh, yeah. This music is very good. This music is very nice. I think there is, and obviously I'm talking about maybe the more like extreme negative responses at times, is people tend to be quite closed-minded to certain things. Exactly, Scribblers. So it's like kind of people being blinded by disappointment for what like they wanted, their own expectations, instead of like seeing it for what it is, or like the story they want to tell. And I always go into something with like, let's see what I'm given, and then let's see if I like it or not, you know? Because I don't know, if you were to say, hey, if I was playing Shadowbringers and Endwalker and they're like, oh, what do I want? You know what I want. I want the raid content to be mandatory. They say, oh, you want to progress the story? Get in the raid. Get in the goddamn raid. If you want what I want, the game would die. Because I would make the raids mandatory, and I would make harder difficulty mandatory. Like in Destiny, I would say you have to do the raids. It's a requirement. Oh, you want to do the new expansion? You got to do the raid. You have to experience the best content of the game. Oh, but it's hard. It was hard for me too. And then I beat it. And then I learned it. Oh, I wish I was good at drawing. You can be good at drawing. Pick up a pencil and practice. Everyone is capable. Everyone is capable. Especially with when your friends are your power and you have a supportive group to help you get through the content. One of the key factors of my blind playthroughs is they're frustrating. One of the main elements of my content is that it is frustrating. Not because I want it to be, but because it inherently is frustrating, because it is a blind playthrough. You're watching someone fumble around with trial and error, not knowing how to handle a situation, not knowing what's around the corner, and just tackling it as it comes. There's no preparation. There isn't like, oh, I know exactly how to do this. Like, I'm given a situation, and either I will understand it quicker or slower, depending on what it is, and I trial and error, I become better. Every single blind playthrough is like my own shonen arc where I'm like, fuck, I don't even know what I'm doing. And people say, this guy, he plays video games, he doesn't even know what he's doing. And then I get to the end of the game, and I'm like, you know, I understand the game. It's a really cool character arc in each of my playthroughs for a lot of them, because you get to see the growth in real time. So I think there is a frustration that is inherent to blind playthroughs, but a satisfaction if you actually stick with the journey and you see how you end up, and you know how people interpret the story and stuff, because there are people who have been fans of stuff for years and years and years, and then someone can come in and offer like their own fresh or different perspective on a game based on, you know, games that they've played before or other experiences. But that's also not for everyone. There are people that they drop in on a blind playthrough and they comment some stuff, and I'm like, well, I mean, what did you expect? You know, it's a blind playthrough. And you gotta sometimes remind people that not everything is made for you. Even within a game that you might like. You know, there might even be an expansion or content or something that is not made for you because it's an MMO. It's for multiple people. And that's got to be a hard thing to struggle, is like trying to put stuff in the game that you want, but also what the players want, but also stuff that isn't just compromising and giving everyone what they want, because then it's a mess. Subset of fans who are unhappy with everything starting with Endwalker patches, which is crazy, by the way, because the Void and the 13th stuff is so cool. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you were to ask me while I was playing the Endwalker patches, hey, what do you want for the next expansion? I was telling it to you. I was talking about it, actually, because I was saying what I thought the direction. I was like, maybe Dawntrail is like related to bringing light into the 13th, and that will be the Dawn element. So in my head, I was thinking Dawntrail might be us restoring light to the 13th and then seeing what happens there as a result. And then I was getting sad because I'm like, we've got these characters that are tied to the 13th that are optional content. It did the role quests, man. Did the role quests, and we're like, these characters just sit there for bonus dialogue. So if you were to ask me what I would want, I'd say, hey, make the raid content mandatory, and we're going to the 13th right now. So maybe we'll revisit that plot thread at some point, but I think that's another fun thing too, just like not knowing where things are going to go. Because hey, even now that we're here in Tuliyollal, I think my Dawntrail theory was sound, because it does kind of make sense. I'm like, and the only reason that theory was even getting the strength that it was in my mind was because the expansion was called Dawntrail. I'm like, oh my god, we're going to bring light to the 13th. And it would be a trail of the dawn, which is pretty funny. So it was a fun theory to have. Can I have that basket, Omega? Yes, you can. Here's your wool. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Don't worry, once we start getting 13th stuff again, they're going to realize their mistake of the Shadowbringers role quests, and they're going to bring all the characters in that are mandatory, and Gaia's going to be there too. Just going to look in the camera and say, who am I, you ask? Go play the Shadowbringers raid series. Because I don't care if you haven't anymore. I'm part of the story, whether you like it or not. Because I'm tired of being held back by optional content boundaries. Volnok, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Yeah, they need to redo Coils of Bahamut. I agree. There's a whole character in there. Hey, Alisei, what's up? When did we first meet? Heavensward? Stormblood? That stat percentage, by the way, when with the raids, where they said like 80% and 20%, was that 80% of all players of Final Fantasy XIV have completed normal raids? Is it just like, what is the stat based on? Was it they've completed at least one raid, or what? What was that? What's the data pulled from? They didn't specify. Classic. I would assume that it would just, that type of data that they would get would include people that have probably completed one raid, because that would be the easiest way to get a big number, right? It would be all players that have played Final Fantasy XIV and done at least one raid, right? 80% is huge for that as a percentage, though, by the way, because like I was saying, Destiny, 20% for at least one. 20. If 80% of players have done at least one raid, I say you cut the leg off, you cut that 20% off, and you make raids mandatory, or you keep them optional, but you put their story in the main quest, because most of the players will be willing to go through it, and the other 20% that's like, who's this guy? You play the raids or stay confused. Play the raids or stay confused, my guy. But that's my thought on it, because I put storytelling first without having annoying boundaries like that. So if most of the people have done a raid thing, I would look at that stat and say, all right, most people are doing raids. Most people can get rewarded for their effort. You know? Trust raids would be very interesting. Destiny raids having matchmaking, even 12 years later, I will tell you that's the worst idea ever. It is. It really is. It really is. Destiny has Fireteam Finder, though, so it does have a party finder like Final Fantasy XIV, and you can search for every activity in the game, including raids, so you can already have people that are like, they set up actual things for them, and it's super easy to engage with. Like, so Destiny's Fireteam Finder is great. I've used it. I've actually used it for the first time and frequently during this latest update, and I never touched it before because I wasn't actively playing and I didn't really need to. But it's the first time I've actually been engaging with it, and I've been able to join raids, join higher content with people, either through text chat, some voice chat. But it's good. And Fireteam Finder is a great way that you would be able to dive into Destiny raids. There are toxic people in there. Of course there are. There's people that say, hey, know what to do. Know what to do. But there's a lot of people that are chill and respectful. And that is much better than matchmaking, because you've got like a dedicated group that are searching for a specific thing to do. You can't matchmake in a Destiny raid, because a Destiny raid doesn't say, hey, here's your objective, go and do this. And you need to actually like talk and assign positions, and if you just have matchmaking on, someone's gonna log on, they've got their baby is crying in the other room, their wife is saying get off the damn game, and then there's another guy who's like not even playing properly, he's just gonna AFK farm the raid while you guys do all the work. Matchmaking in raids is not a good idea, because it's just different. Like if Destiny raids had, hey, here's an objective, here's a pathway, everything was kind of like linear progression, absolutely you could. But a core element of like Destiny raids is that most of it is a puzzle, and the encounters are the reward you get for solving the puzzle. Yeah, Luffy, that's what I was just... There is one. That's what I was just talking about. There is an in-game party finder. It's Fireteam Finder. Every activity in the game, you can create a listing or search for a listing and join an actual group for the content. Like, it has a party finder. That's why I'm saying that is that's the good compromise. But just straight up matchmaking for the raids. Matchmaking for everything else would be good. There's some stuff that doesn't have matchmaking, and it usually is like a difficulty threshold thing. Once it gets over a certain difficulty level, you have to matchmake yourself. Fireteam Finder was in beta for a really long time, but it was still in the game. Obviously, it's very fleshed out. Fireteam Finder's been in the game for so long. Fireteam Finder was added in 2023. So yeah, Shadowkeep was 2020. Fireteam Finder was added in 2023. And then it launched fully in January 2024. So it's been in there for a couple of years. And it works very well. I do agree that that took probably too long for them to add and implement. But I think that they were talking about it, or there were discussions about how to figure out that system ages before they put that in the game, though. What we've learned, this is I'm not going to stay on this tangent for long. I'm going to move on with the game. Sorry about that. You could apply that to most of Destiny, with like it's insane how long it took them for things. And what we've come to learn recently with the game reaching end of service and a lot of the things that have come out over the years is the devs wanted to give us everything we wanted, and the upper management and executives of Bungie would always say no, or it's a waste of time, or they would deflect and they would push them into doing other things. They were constantly being bottlenecked. And this final update is some pretty significant proof of that the devs pushed really hard to put as much as they could that they've been really wanting to put it in the game for a really, really long time, and were just being stopped from doing so. Plus, how much of a nightmare it even was to develop the game on that rotting corpse of a Tiger engine that they really struggled with around Destiny. It's just a mess. So unfortunately, I have some sympathies that a lot of the things that took a really long time are not the fault of the devs, just the head driving the beast, unfortunately. But I will say the in-game party finder, as it stands right now, it's very good. And that's how you could do the raid content. Like, if any of you here want to do Destiny raids and higher tier content and you haven't done it before, please, let's form a group and I will run through it with you happily. And there will obviously be patience in that regard. I'd love to, because I'm still playing. I'm playing Destiny 2 because I'm in my mourning era. I'm grieving, and I've been playing it a lot and enjoying it. But if there's any higher tier content that people haven't done and you like Destiny and maybe you've played it, I'll go through it with you. It's very fun, in my opinion. We've got a couple of people in the community that are Destiny gamers. Anyway, I'm going to get on with the game now. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Taral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Spolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. Alright, we've got 500 value. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Omega remembered our Weaver friend, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. And yes, Wooklamart, come on. They don't support me. They supported you. This deal went through because of who you are and what you want to achieve. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pearl poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Omega, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Erenville would never let me hear the end of it. I'm gonna call Tartaru on the link pearl right now and say, Tartaru, up 1 poncho, please. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. Oh my god, we get a little, we get music. Success, you traded a 100 pel basket for a 500 pel wool poncho. Hey Mercury, thank you so much for joining today. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. We'll see you next time. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone else needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. I love that we just have to acknowledge the fact that Douchebag's posse is here. So we're just waiting for him to show up. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. There are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamulja, who soldier for a living, prepare not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. The first person nod is real. Is this not Jar Jar's posse? Well, this guy's not gonna want one. Well, this guy doesn't have arms, so the disconcerted Hubigo is our perfect pick. Because he's not wearing anything, and he's got no weapons. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Steal and destroy all the ponchos to create demand. Incredible. And then we will ration out the wool. Oh, it's perfect, and everyone will be so happy. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. No, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolao and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. I love that she speaks like classic salesman. What a splendid poncho. This would be perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. Yeah, but like, how much is it? How much is it worth? How much would you say it's worth? The blade looks sharp, the half well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. We're doubling our shit. We're doubling it. Ooh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's Mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter. I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Oh my god, did we just ruin this guy's chance of finding a mate? Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Well, alpaca time it is, Wooklamar. Your favorite. These ones will be the calm type, right? We'll poncho to a fine hatchet. So we're gonna go. It's like I was gonna go take it to impress this girl, and I say, buddy, leave it to me. Leave it to me, actually. Here we go again, riding alpacas. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. We've been doing so well. Even Tobley would have to agree. Snow! That's right. Hello. That's better than fog, right? Well, Clement steals herself for the ride to find your next trading partner, Mablu's dream. Yeah, I understand that there's some of you that probably haven't touched Destiny for many years, or struggles to have it hold your attention. And hey, I've been there. I showed up for every expansion. I've played the game in like every year for like new content drops, but there was significant periods where I literally just kind of like dropped in and immediately back out, just like checking in. But there's a lot of reasons for that, and mostly that comes from like when they did like the content vault and sunsetting. It kind of waned on my interest and like investment into the game, which I feel like was felt by most players. That was a big shared feeling, unfortunately. And then obviously I started moving into YouTube and full-time content creation. So like my most played game like for every year was Destiny and Destiny 2. And then obviously that then got to changing when I started doing the YouTube stuff, because I was like, well, now I just don't have the time naturally, because I was just working my normal job, my normal big boy job, and then I would play Destiny and have a good little time with that, and that became harder and harder to do. I did a few Destiny streams, like for like 3 of the expansions. We did Witch Queen, Lightfall, and Final Shape together, and that was really cool. But yeah, I was upset that the game doesn't keep stuff in it for me to play through. Like I can't go back and play any of that stuff. It is gone. That's the type of stuff that is really upsetting, especially compared to how I am playing Final Fantasy XIV and having the best time, because I can play Final Fantasy XIV and experience everything that has been in the game and ever been in the game outside of some timed events, if they decide to, rotate back in the future, right? I can play the full story, and this game doesn't spoil future events for you. You don't log into the game and it gives you a big pop-up banner that says, hey, here's this, blah, 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 and it's about the latest stuff when, you're just starting. It doesn't drop you into the game and say, hey, thanks for logging in. We're going to throw you into the first mission of the new expansion. I'm like, I've only been playing for like 2 weeks. Destiny has a massive problem with new players and onboarding, and it's why it's dead. It's why it's in the position that it is, because zero care for new players, only trying to cater for the current active players. So you're bleeding for years and years and years. You're just bleeding your existing player base. You're not bringing any new people in. Destiny could and would never have a situation like Final Fantasy XIV, where, for example, like a big creator or a big streamer could jump into the game and like have a massive surge of interest go into it, or just like anything where like a bunch of players like end up flocking to the game, and it pushes Final Fantasy XIV, into a whole different direction. Destiny could never do that because of the way that it was set up, which is very frustrating because it's like one of my favorite series of all time, and I put so much of my time into playing that game that I wish I could recommend it to people. I wish that it was like Final Fantasy XIV in a lot of ways. It just sucks. Because, you can play like the last 5 years of Destiny expansions, right? Those campaigns are in the game. Shadowkeep and Beyond Light in some capacity, where you can't just pick a campaign and play through it like you can with Witch Queen, Lightfall, Final Shape and stuff, where it has like a mission list and replayable missions. Like the missions kind of are weirdly put in the game. You can play them, but it's awkward and annoying. But they're in there. But the annoying part about that is the game has seasons, and they have seasonal stories and seasonal content. And every single season arguably actually builds on the story and characters way more than the expansions ever do, because the expansion is just the beginning. That shows you the new stuff, and then the seasons build on it. All of that character development, all of that lore, it is gone. So when you go from one expansion to the other, it's not connected. It's not connected because you're missing all of the seasonal context between them, to the point where in like a final shape, in a final expansion of the Light and Darkness saga, there's a character that shows up there in the main campaign, part of that story, that has been in the game and been in the story for years. Only in the seasonal content. This character shows up out of nowhere as a result now from expansion to expansion. You'll reach Final Shape. Who the fuck's that guy? But he's been in the game for like 3-4 years at that point as that character. But you wouldn't be able to know because they take it out of the game. So it sucks. It sucks. And it's such a fun game to play too. But if you like story, it's not there for you, which is super unfortunate, because I just think about how many countless dev hours of like music and art direction and environments and gameplay and all of these things that were created, and they just delete. It's all gone. All that voice acting, like just so much of it gone. That's why I was doing marathon content for season 1, and I've recorded like a whole bunch for season 2. I just haven't had the time to actually finish the videos, but I'll still continue to do that, because something I always wanted to do with Destiny, but I wasn't a content creator at the time, is I wanted to record my journey through all of Destiny. And because I didn't get to do that, I'm like, I want to do that with Marathon. And I think at least with Marathon, it's set up in a different way where it's not going to have that same issue. But yeah, it's deeply systemic is their issues. And anyone who hasn't played in years as a result, I'm like, yeah, I understand. Like, I get you. I'm glad that I showed up for the expansions and played through some of the seasons, but even I didn't play through all of the seasonal stories. Like, there's stuff that I missed, and I would want nothing more than to be able to play through them, and I can't. It's saddening. If it had a Final Fantasy XIV approach, I think it would still be here. If I was able to play from Red War to Edge of Fate and Renegades, like right now, you could recommend people start the game. You're like, hey, you can play this, and you can basically treat like the seasonal storylines of Destiny as like the patches for Final Fantasy XIV. So imagine that the patch content, or imagine if none of that stayed in the game. So I guess like for the Destiny example, to compare it to Final Fantasy XIV, is imagine that you log into Final Fantasy XIV as a new player. You can't play a Realm Reborn or Heaven's Ward. Those are gone. Those aren't in the game. You cannot play them, but you can start with Stormblood, except you don't have to, because that's old now. You don't have to. It's there. You can interact. You don't have to. Here's some stuff. It's automatically unlocked. Shadowbringers. You don't have to. It's there. You can engage with it. There's some stuff. You play through the missions, unlock some things, but like you don't have to. You don't have to play Shadowbringers. But you can start. You can start if you want with Endwalker. Oh, but you could also just jump right into Dawntrail if you want. But Endwalker just came out. I mean, Evercold just came out. You can play that too. You can jump into that. You can jump into any of those whenever you want. But the patch content in between. The patch content in between Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail. No, that's all gone. That's not in there. Oh, and if you're just starting the game and you're doing this thing where you're jumping into like maybe Stormblood, maybe whatever, here's a big message on the screen, just totally showing you something from the latest expansion. Oh, here's a cutscene for logging in, by the way. It's a cutscene from the final moment of the game. That is the Destiny 2 example that I could give you. That is what it is like if it was applied to Final Fantasy XIV. That's the best way I could describe it. And you log on and there's some random guy in like your starting city and he's called like Jason and he goes, "Hey, first time here. I'm the first time guy." And then you just do some random bullshit. And that's the character of Ihih'hana in Destiny 2. He just sits there and he has nothing to do. So that's kind of it. Obviously, like Final Fantasy XIV has 1.0 as an example, but that is different. It's inherently different. That's like the example for that would be, imagine you can't play Destiny 1 anymore. Like that would be that. That's the reality with Final Fantasy Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 is if Destiny 1 was unavailable to play. What's funny is, by the way, Destiny 1, while it's sadly not on PC, Destiny 1 has everything in that game. You could play Destiny 1 right now from beginning to end and everything's in that game. They never did any content vault. There was no seasonal stories. It's all in there. You can replay all the missions. It's all there. Destiny 1 is content complete. Destiny 2, it's like a rotting corpse. And it is very sad. Very sad. Because that example that I gave, like, saying here's how it would be applied to Final Fantasy XIV, hurt me to even say. I was like, holy shit. Like that hurt to even think about that as an example. No Realm Reborn, no Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, you can play them if you want. Hey, Endwalker, Dawntrail, Evercold, just you jump into whatever you want. A mess. Oh, and also like no restrictions on spoilers. There isn't any hidden missions, when you go into Party Finder, you just jump into anything at all times. Terrible for story enjoyers who want to do things in any sort of order, Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas. Marblu is so kindly provided. Alpaca time. If I'm going to catch a white alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tame ones. Not that I'm scared of them, you understand, or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Begin! Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Oh, that would remove the dialogue. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. Look at them hop. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Taral? Also, automated running. Oh, it's Mate, it's not mate. Okay. I swear, that mountain is too tall to be real. First-person camera perspective. Warcore Zormor, is that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. We have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokhoi. Oh my god, one of these tree creatures are part of my hunt. So, Marblu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? For ranch? No, I love it. I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I could help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof I can do this after all. In that case, you best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. Sent the alpacas back to Ekulvo's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to go repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's... So, it's not mate harvesting, it's mate harvesting season, right? Mate harvesting? We're not harvesting mates? Hey, it's mating season. Have you found your mate to harvest them? I mean, you could technically harvest a mate in some way. It's just a peculiar phrase. Add that to Wuklamant's way with people and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Marblu and Miplu. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining. So, Living Sun, were you saying like the amount of story content deleted from D2 is probably over 50% of the total story? There's like 31 seasons of Destiny 2 over the years, over 8 years. There's been 31 seasons, and the final season is like the Monument of Triumph, like final update. So technically, it's not really a season; it's forever, but it's like the 31st one. So like with that in mind, 30 seasons worth of story is not in the game because you can't replay any of the seasonal storylines. And then I think you need to consider the story of the main expansion, which is kind of set in the first season of that expansion release, but it's whenever an expansion was released in Destiny 2, there was the expansion story and then the seasonal story on top of that. So that's 30 seasons of story, not in the game, and then you can play 7 expansions. You can play 7 expansions worth of story. Red War and Forsaken aren't in the game. You can play Shadowkeep, Beyond Light, The Witch Queen, Lightfall, Final Shape, Edge of Fate, and Renegades. And then year 9 and 10 of Destiny was cancelled because of end of service. So they were planning to... There was 2 more big expansions coming up, which was Shattered Cycle, which was supposed to release this year, and The Alchemist, which was going to be the next one. Actually exciting story developments, by the way. But yeah, I would say it's closer to like... around like 80%, probably. It's like 70 to 80% of the story is not there. It's on YouTube, baby. Did you give the hatchet back to Uklamat? We should let her do the talking. You have that little axe for me? Yes, I do. I'm waiting for us to end up trading lower at some point, just out of like a necessity. But it's like you have to trade an item to someone to get another item that could maybe be traded to someone else for more. It can't always be up and up, right? I'm curious to see if it will just keep raising or whether there'll actually be something that's lowered. Let's see what we can get for it. They'll say, hey, nice axe. I got this necklace. It's maybe worth 800. Yo, Miplu, the owner of these fields, I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. We'll never get tired of this, by the way. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. Acceptable, you suppose? I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Ooh, it's the same price. The sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column. The same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mescal. Yeah, but what if someone really needs the mate leaves? If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. True, that's smart. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. That's right. We're gonna get those, they got, what are they? Little tractors? They got them farming machines over there in the west. I mean, in the east, in the central region. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Uklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kawana's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. And you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? Nice. You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Omega and I have mate together. Oh, no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Yeah, we're picking leaves. Time to go pick some leaves. I will say though, by the way, oh no, he's going to talk about Destiny 2 again in the Final Fantasy 14 stream. The last expansion, and this is what I was telling you guys about earlier. Remember when people were like, oh no, Final Fantasy 7. And I'm like, hey, Final Fantasy 14 isn't ending. You're going to get more content after. And FF7 is going to be successful. Evangelion's going to be successful. You've got an original content as like the main expansion. And there's going to be more of that. You know, there's a whole new thing going on. So that's fun. In Destiny's example, Destiny has reached end of service. And the last thing that we got in the game was the main expansion, not like, you know, a raid series or something optional. It's like the actual main expansion is Renegades, which is the Star Wars expansion. That being said, it is not just a Star Wars copy-paste. You know, I'm not doing the trench run in the Death Star and fighting Darth Vader. And Luke Skywalker's there, and he goes, I don't know who you are, and I don't know how I got here, but let's fight the darkness together. It's Star Wars, but it is in the context of Destiny's world and lore, and it abides by Destiny's rules in that sense. Like, there is visual cues to Star Wars stuff. You know, there's weaponry, there's a lightsaber, which is called a Praxic blade, there's sound, like Star Wars sound effects, and then there are like optional cosmetics, which is like actual Star Wars stuff, like ships and stormtroopers and Darth Vader and stuff, in terms of like a cosmetic thing, but it's its own original story still. But still, that being said, it's a bit of a shame that the final expansion is not inherently Destiny, but was something that was formed out of a partnership. It is unfortunate. But with that being said, now that the game is kind of in its evergreen status and nothing is going to be changed significantly, that's one of the best Star Wars simulators that you can play right now. It genuinely is like one of the best little Star Wars games you can pop into, because I put on my Star Wars fit and I go to my little Star Wars themed arenas that they've made on the planets, and I do bounty hunting. It's like quite literally a very, very satisfying little bounty hunter simulator loop, which is really fun. So there's a part of that on a Star Wars level that I really enjoy, especially because there's not a lot of choice with Star Wars games in the modern era. And like EA was said, hey, you know that Mandalorian game we're going to work on with Respawn? Yeah, we canceled that because I don't think people want it. What are we doing? Yeah, let's cancel the Mandalorian game because no. So now I basically do like Mandalorian Bounty Hunter Simulator in Destiny 2. And you can pull out your little lightsaber, and it's great. So, and the dungeon in that game is obviously like kind of Star Wars themed as well, and it's really fun. So it has become a very funny situation where there's a great Star Wars simulator there within Destiny 2. Like sometimes I sit in my little Star Wars ship, and then I go and I do bounty hunting and I kill other players. And I go all in a day's work for me, Star Wars gaming, in my Destiny. It does marry quite well together because Destiny was obviously always Star Wars inspired in general, but making it a little more clear is fun. We have better Star Wars collabs. Yeah, I think like I haven't played any Star Wars Fortnite stuff, but I think even in Fortnite, because don't they have like you can create your own games in there or something now, like the creator space, and people have been like making their own Battlefront or their own like team deathmatch Star Wars stuff, and people are making better Star Wars games like within Fortnite. So collaborations are getting the benefit. It's kind of crazy. And there's like I can't remember what the name of the game is. Sagas or something. There's Nervous J in my Discord posts some updates about it sometimes. There's like a game that people have applied a Star Wars mod for, like in terms of skins, and it looks crazy. Like it looks insane. Like it looks like that's what it's supposed to look like as a Star Wars game. It's unbelievable. So that's something I wanted to check out as well. Even Starfield got reinvigorated interest because there's a Star Wars mod for Starfield, and everyone goes, oh cool, I like the game now, it looks great. And it does. I was like, fuck, that's what I want to play Starfield now. Only for that. Which is very funny. Galactic Racer does look awesome. And I want to play Star Wars Outlaws as well, even though everybody goes, Ubisoft. But apparently it's actually quite a decent game. It's just has a lot of negativity surrounding it because it's Ubisoft. But I'm excited to play Outlaws myself. You've brought me some leaves? Yes, I have. And then eventually we've got Fate of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic remake to look forward to when I'm 50 years old. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Am I listening to a Final Fantasy X piece of music right now? Am I listening to Final Fantasy X music right now? If not, it's so dangerously close. Oh, it's so dangerously close. I was just thrown. Oh my god, it is, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's like it's towing the line. It's like I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the Mihen High Road. It's something around that part of the game. Oof. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Oh my god, yeah, it might be Moonflow. It might be Moonflow. Maybe. It's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade Mate leaves. Let's go. How much is that worth? Premium Mate bought at the shop. One sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Yes. Let's go. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. I think it's like, it's the little guitar portion of this song that is so close because FF10 uses that same feeling. It's so similar. It feels like it's definitely like a track that's sort of inspired by it. Marblu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobley's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it at all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobley to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobley held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. First, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Okay. So, go from 5 to 10. Bargain our way into double the value, huh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zorolja? I mean, of course I am. I am Wuklamad of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Upgrade. Success. You traded a 1,000 pel hatchet for a 5,000 pel sack of top-grade Mate leaves. I feel like it's been nighttime a lot for us, hasn't it? I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Alright. No worries, Scribblers. I'm also just going to quickly bear it back, go to the bathroom, and we'll continue with the quest. Let's do a premium deal. Before we go, let me give you the Mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Let me hold on to the leaves. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. I think if there's one bit of feedback that I could have about Dawntrail so far, and not even specifically just about Dawntrail, but just sometimes the game in general, is I do like combat, and I like engaging the combat in the game, and I like going through the dungeons and what have you, and even the solo duties, just being able to do stuff. And there are times where you go, God damn, if I'm progressing or focusing on only the main quest, it's like we're coming up on like 10 hours without, you know, having a pretty substantial whack in something. And obviously I can go and fight some random enemies in the field and whatnot, of course. But it comes from that, like, mentality of content that's in the story, like a dungeon or a duty or just, like, anything. So my feedback would be sometimes I'm like, I wish that they would kind of implement better pacing on combat stuff. I want to fight something in a dungeon in the story. I'm itching to get to our first dungeon of the expansion. You know what I mean? I love a good story, and I'm still enjoying the story. But yeah, it's just a part of me that's like, I think about how much setup they do with a lot of the story and stuff, and you go a really long time without getting thrown into a little combat section. And then once the combat section hits, it hits well. It's just kind of wish that there was maybe a little bit more. Oh, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. I want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Omega, perhaps Wooklamart could do the same at the village entrance? Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Ah, yeah, poor Chocobo. Poor Chocobo that has gone without XP for a long time. We have a Chocobo. I realize I can change their clothes, change their things. Haven't looked at any of that. Haven't looked at any of that. Hey, let's get out Chocobo. Yeah. Oh god, oh my god, I put a bunch of stuff in here. Hey everyone, look at this. There's a whole inventory. Oh, hey guys, can you believe it? There's a whole inventory in this Chocobo. That's a bag that you put stuff that you just forget about. Yeah, I got a couple. I got 36. I got 36. There he is. This is my evil. This is my evil looking Chocobo. Oh my god, the crossed arms is so funny. Holy shit. Yeah, I got my four-armed Chocobo. Oh my god, look at it run. Look at it run with it. It's like the equivalent of when you put your pet in a little outfit and it looks like they got real arms and legs. That's so funny. Yeah. I forget about my poor little guy. I forget about my revolver. Because Revolver Ocelot. Omega Ocelot has his revolver. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliyola. I often come here to buy Gobley's Mezcal, the finest in Toral, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. He gets you drunk off the sauce. to help his deals go easier and in his favor. There's not much I can say about Gobbly, but I can tell you what Gobbly's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. True. Well, there you go. There's an offer to fight some monsters. We can fight something to lower the price. Gobbly might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed at a sun perch. Alright. We gotta make sure that we can take out some monsters, not get drunk off his supply, and engage in a little bit of dress to impress. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobbly is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead, and I'll bring Wooklamut. Look at my tough chocobo bodyguard. Look at my tough guy. Oh my god. From this angle, it looks like those are his arms and these are his tiny little legs. And he's just like sat on his legs. Look at that. If you just get rid of you just get rid of the back part of the body and he's sat there. I should probably engage with my chocobo more, shouldn't I, chat? Especially when I can fly. Up there. Oh my god. Where's the carrots that you be feeding him to make him happy about this? You have business with me, sir. Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? Potential chocobo rework. Maybe removing greens as a requirement. That'd be pretty nice. I mean, the fact that you need greens to summon your chocobo, but then can summon any other single magical entity as a mount ever without any cost is a funny little disconnect. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pal, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? There's the first tactic. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? The Hubigo chef's distaste for strong drink. Would that not be the one to play while the drink comes up? I appreciate your honesty, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Leaves that we have. You're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to cull the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. That's right. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Ooh. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there is no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shunsa. It would be a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer, something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolya. Look at this trading. Look at this bartering. Look at this negotiating. Look at the bright blue sky with no fog in sight. As a supporter of Wuk-Lamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Monster time! Say, aren't there monsters running amok in agave jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. All right, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Omega and I will take care of these prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnok. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachanpelo. Be safe. Okay. To the north. You know what else is to the north? East? No worries, living son. Have a good night. We will see you next time. He's being blind. Sound. there's another level just above me. I'll be taking that. Hey Logan, welcome to the stream. Glad you enjoy the Zelda Let's Plays. Genuinely so much fun. Have I played your favorite Zelda game, or is that still to come? Let me know. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Destination. Prickly Bob Mall. Yep, that's a Prickly Bob Mall, all right. Yep. Looks to be a Prickly Bob Mall. That's what I would call that thing. Shadowfax, my condolences. I wish you luck with the gathering. That's beyond me, but I'm happy to do my best to provide the entertainment. Oh wait, look, Rise of the Dragon. Whoa! Oh my god, a big old dragon comes out. So flashy. So flashy, so cool. Just a guy in his Hawaiian shirt and his shorts and his sandals. On vacation. But killing it. All the same. Because he still got it. Ocarina of Time is a great choice. I can always see why that is someone's favorite. I don't think I'll ever forget walking into the Deku Tree for the first time and just hearing that music. I think for like 3 months straight after that, I listened to that music to go to sleep. I will absolutely be playing the remake. I just hope it's good. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Marbly the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Would I like a reminder on how to play Dragoon? Well, Philippe, how to play Dragoon. Attack. 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 Occasionally. Huh! Occasionally. Huh! And occasionally, but every other time, attack, 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 right? Thank you for coming to my tutorial on how to play Dragoon. Hey, anyone else feel that if you're a Dragoon, that you should be immune to fall damage? Yoshi P, make it happen. You should be immune to fall damage because you can land on your spear. Just psh. Use the lance. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the Mate leaves and a written introduction to Bol Nock, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Nice. Hey, we never traded at a loss. That's on the up and up, baby. That's a trade-up challenge success. We finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Marblu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Marblu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. A premium deal indeed. Next, we're going to trade this premium mezcal jug for a PSA 10 Charizard. You traded a 5,000 pel sack for a 10,000 pel jug. Standard die. Wooklamart in a saddle. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking here. You'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Ha! Could you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Avley's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. 3-year premium mezcal for ya. Phew, still in one piece. All right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug, but you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zeroljar, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Nice. And Zeroljar doesn't know about this. He's just going to go, it's a beast like any other. So I'm really curious about if he's just going to achieve it through brute force. While we took the respectful method of the customs of this village, your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! Yes, but now the alpaca needs to be yours as well. And to think we started out with only a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Marblu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. Makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished. You traded a 10,000 pearl jug for a taming saddle. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I will say though, like, and is that the tallest thing in the game? Is that this like the tallest landmark or location? At least that I've seen so far, because that's genuinely, that's Mount Everest right there. It's kind of crazy. Let's tell them the good news. Crystal Tower taller? Yeah. It's hard to tell with the scale, like distance to object. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Wooklamant's aversion to animals. Tobley and Erenville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? No worries, Ragnar. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Heaven on high. Oh, that's that fucking... that thing? Right, yeah. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and in no small part. And thanks in no small part to Marblu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wildborn friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! That is a saddled up alpaca right there. Yeah, they seem bothered, much less inclined to spit. It's as if he was completely accepting of Wooklamant's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zarolja, he's back. Oh, you're gonna be fucking kidding me. Yeah, I just went and found the legendary golden alpaca. Oh my dear lord. Having done exactly what he set out to do. Bro has the golden alpaca. What the fuck? The alpaca he's brought, is it me or is it glowing? Ah, I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How? Okay, great. Great. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wukalamat. I hate that, because it insinuates that he abused the animal into subservience. He goes, "Ugh!" Right? By a show of physical overpowering and a test of strength. They had a little beast fight. Hey man, you ever heard of a saddle with a comforting aroma? No one got hurt in the making of that. Except maybe the dead animals that are part of the leather, but don't think about that. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. Not really, bro. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they've basked in unbroken harmony. And behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. Wow. That's a very interesting way to do it. It is true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. Zarulja has the perspective of, oh, you guys want war. Okay, here. It's not pretty, so here. I'm going to let's experience it firsthand, you and I, together. And then you'll learn how good this peace is. He wants to teach them the value of peace by giving them a first-hand actual experience instead of an educated one. Because that's what they were talking about, where it's like, to the kids, to the youth, it's all like childhood stories, so it becomes exciting. But I've seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Galujaja did not elevate the Mamuja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. He's genuinely such a fascinating addition, because it's like, what has he seen out there, or what is his experiences that are pushing him to like want to unite all of the star through his harsh lesson? Oh, well done indeed. The first promise is completed. The feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Koana. It's like we're not even family. Well, he probably doesn't view you as such, which is a shame, because he is the actual born son. So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. could never agree with Zorolja. I want Tuliyola to be a land of peace now and always. Zorolja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace, but should he achieve this peace, then what? What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. Move, Chocobo. I have an Erenville to talk to. Golden alpaca in the flesh, like the Golden City. I thought them a children's tale. So shiny. So shiny. You can't even target the thing. It's just so special. It's a shame I can't target it, so I can't look at it technically. I'll ponder Zorolja and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced how I use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orenkanka. Orenkansa? Orensansa? Orenkansa? Orensanka? Orenkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamart off to her hunt. Literally cannot tell if it's going to be a hard sea or a soft sea. And nighttime. I was going the wrong way. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge of the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Alphano had the fog this time. I have never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Marblu's right. The least we can do is let Wuklamart know we're cheering for her. Zorolja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuklamart is out of the running. She can do this. Urenkanka. Urenkanka? Urenkansa? Nobody's clarified in the chat, which means nobody knows, so it's fair game. Urenkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. I can do this. I know I can. Oh yeah! Right in your face. Woo! Cheering. She's gonna return with a second golden alpaca.
Promise!
Whoa.
Thanks. I don't need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
Should we head back to the ranch?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me.
He looks so good in this lighting.
But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Like, hey, did you guys see how fire? Do you guys see how campfire lighting at night looks good? Hello, Sid. Welcome in.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Another golden alpaca. Oh. Damn. And behind her, 60 other alpacas. She got all of them.
I did it.
I love that it's like took all night to do.
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
our protagonist achieves another thing without assistance, but this time all on our own. Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now, that he's mastered collecting firewood? We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Wooklamart was able to catch her alpaca, and Erangel chose to share her story with us was a welcome surprise. I spoke too much. If Wooklamart is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobley. It's like, ah, shit, man, I opened up at the campfire again. Ah, damn it. Wooklamart had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Marbleu is minded to rush ahead to the village, knowing the Pelu Pelu. Wooklamart still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after he spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch, get a prop brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Marbleu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Very nice. A slower pace, you say? So slow, I'm going to travel back and then walk over to it on my fucking motorcycle. Now, we didn't see Zarulja's golden alpaca being obtained. For all we know, this is an illusion. Watch this. I'm going to walk right through it. It's not real. It's a magical projection of the golden alpaca. We've been fooled. Ah, shit. Ah, crap. Ah, man. All the alpacas are fake. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wooklamart can't be that far behind. Ooh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. She was studying before catching. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zarulja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. So, similar in the sense that Zarulja is even a very unique case. That kind of shouldn't be a thing. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before. That being Galul Jar Jar himself. I don't know, man. That... Well, I got the genetic pheromones that just make golden alpacas love me. Papa was chasing alpacas too? I don't know, man. So my grandfather's stories say... It was before the founding of Tuliyollal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokoi, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Galul Jar Jar, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Face reveal. Face reveal. Look at his squad, too. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yokoi in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Galul Jar Jar showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. I mean, obviously it's not a surprising face reveal, because, like, we know that the two heads look like that. But it is funny, it's like the flashback reveals it. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Galul Jar Jar ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yokoi's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who travelled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Galul Jar Jar transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. He's the one who started it all. I've never heard of the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Galul Jar Jar could never do that. And you may not know that Galul Jar Jar sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus, did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. A guide, though. Yeah, we pulled up the strategy guide to look. It says here, Final Fantasy XIV strategy guide. You got to go to this place. You got to walk up twice, left 3 times, press A twice. Feet required no more than that. Third promise, you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Marblu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. This is the best part to consider, is that the achievements for the keystone is like in relation to how well she's actually engaging with the culture and the history, instead of like some that just show up and go, and here's the task, and I've achieved the task, and now I'm gone, and didn't care to, you know, get to know any of these people that they would presume to lord over, because that's not their goal, which is why they ain't worthy of being the Dawn Servant. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Marblu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklamart. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Boss, I quit. I'm out of here. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment of caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path, make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Marbleu. Gladdens me to hear you found a calling and you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Marbleu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhui. They once ruled over far more than just Alpaca and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Dawntrail and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent and never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value into delving how the legend originated? We lose nothing from asking the question, besides if we're determined to follow the path of the saga. We'll be visiting the giants eventually. We're gonna go up there and say, hey, what's up? Oh, Cryle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring. Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Dawntrail around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Marbleu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. We've completed our split pathway. Farewell for now. And thanks for your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She is a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. You've heard Zoralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Woklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Marbleu. You might be right. I'm inclined to believe that in the same way that one of the Pelu Pelu was like, you know, looking towards, oh, yeah, he's over there, you know, and he got kind of a helping hand, I'd be inclined to be suspicious that there was probably a Pelu Pelu guide involved in navigating him to the golden alpaca. You're like, oh, hey, come with me. I know a joint. I know a joint. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against the Roja will not be easy. The Yokoi once ruled the entirety of Dawntrail. I'm curious to see what has become of them. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones. So far, so good. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeroja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me. Gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, all wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people expect. Respect. Hey, you gotta get there, man. You gotta get there. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Jabaliov Tai with us. The contest has hardly begun. You will become strong and wise through the progress of your journey. Back to Tuliolal. Oh, wait. Sorry, what was that? What was that you said? What was that you said? You said time to get busy? You said time to get busy with the currents, you say? Yes. You said time to get busy? Oh, there's so many, man. There's so many. Ah! I'm gonna do the blue quests. I'm gonna do the blue quests. We will do the blues. I will roam the fields later. Later. Do you see how we're technically clearing that? You see how we're technically clearing that? A crisis of corruption. Hey, I recognize you. You're Omega, yes? I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. The name's not Leonov. You know, I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low, low price of 1 pel. In the millionth column! It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise. Oink! Ah, for such a low price, I'd be a fool to refuse! Hand it over, I say. You say that, but I don't see you reaching for your coin purse. Strange. Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Well, the reason I'm not reaching for my coin purse, sir, is I have no pockets. These are just, these are fake pockets. They're sewn shut. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? I never heard of them, mate. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. all of which to say no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? But if they really have no use... Oh, have I not been the lucky? Been swindled? He's like, these crystals are, worthless, you say? Dangerous too, potentially. Volatile, you say? Oh, yes. Don't hold them near an open flame? If I was to have any family at home and I put this over the fireplace, that would be dangerous? Yeah? Could blow up? Okay. I have to make a call. Kids! Get out of the house! Don't play with the golden stone anymore! He got scammer-lammed, indeed. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Omega? I need someone I can trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. The truth. Oh my god, I'll take 10. No need to answer right away, give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. Yeah. Hey, hand over your ether current, and everything's gonna be just fine. Before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tural. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Turali mages who make extensive use of them in their rituals. And I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals, gauge their interest. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Buniwa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. No worries. And while you're gone, I'm going to make another call. Hey, so these rocks, kept in a sealed container, you say, with a dangerous radiation symbol? Okay. Exposure to them for more than a minute will result in halving your lifespan? Okay. Cancerous growths? Oh. A weird arm growing out of your back? Oh. Shit. And here I thought they were shiny valuables. A traveler to the rescue. Oh, thank goodness. A capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I'm presenting you with the most cliched RPG adventurer questline of all time. Help! The merchant's caravan. I had a bodyguard, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here, but no sooner did my feet touch the ground, he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances, please. Go to Chaba Yekek and save him. Nailed it. Yeah, let me go hit up Chaba Yekek real quick. Do they even have any primals over this way? Do they even have any primales that these crystals could be used for? I don't know. I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan nor a mage. This does not appear to be the individual you seek. But yeah, you could maybe say he has a staff. I love the concept of the bow-bearing guard. Yes, that's who I'm looking for. Anyone up this way? Or down this way? Here, let's get a vantage point from up on high. Stave. Nice stave you got there, mate. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, there is little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. And there you go. Hey, pal, I got some bad news for you. Oh. Where'd they go? Even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Omega, I wish to stop that Pernicus peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Oh, man. Would you look at the time on my non-existent watch that I have? No ether current, huh? See you later. Got places to be, man. Related to the winds. The winds, they call my name. Do you see why the winds call my name? Because I cannot fly. Not to worry, I'm here. Not to worry, I'm here. Boom. Boom. We finally got combat. It's not main quest combat, but it's combat. Well, boom. The young mercenary has the same axe. Hey, you got Wookalamat's axe. Same model and make. Allied Society for Crafters, you say? What do I look like, some kind of crafter to you? I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Hey. No problem. I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamuja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamuja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Taral as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Hey, good luck with that. I got an ether current. I'm out of here. Tetuliolal. Yeah. I would assume that the third part of the saga would be more combat focused, because you'd be genuinely insane not to do that, right? Because we're like 10 hours in. That surely the next trial would be more combat focused. And guess what? It's such a shame, because that is gonna have to wait until next stream. Because everyone's gone to bed. I've heard there are hot springs in Alpaca. Mayhap, time permitting. I have not forgotten our obligations to Wookalamat, of course. Having immersed ourselves in the cultures of others, though, my anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us has only grown. The Peli remind me of Lalafell. never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal, and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Idle musings aside, we've made a good start in these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. Neither Kawana nor Bakul Jar Jar appeared to be in Watchin' Pello. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. It is very interesting to see that, you know, we're encountering some of them because I guess people are tackling it in different stages. Yet in a contest like this one, it's only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in direct competition. A golden alpaca. Alone, I may have tried to track the beast myself. Traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. If she could see me now. Look at us. The contest has barely begun, and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Very nice. The success of others is our next main scenario quest. And that is going to be where we bring today's stream to a close. So we closed out our first trial as we left that in a bit of a pause moment. And now I've been able to complete a full trial in one stream as well with the second one with the Pelu Pelu. So that was the split between both of them. And then we move into the third keystone, which I'm very excited for. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody, for another Final Fantasy XIV stream. Sorry for being an hour late to this one. I'm not going to be late to the next one. God damn it. Do not have that expectation, because that is not what I want to do. I like to show up on time and actually maximize the time that we get to spend together in the streams. But regardless, 5.5 hours, still a solid effort. Thanks so much. I'm excited. Third keystone, with the success of others, I'm anticipating some fun combat. We can finally get a nice little group going to run the dungeons. I hope you've had a fun time. I've had a very fun time today. It was a good vibe, despite unfortunately waking up late. But yeah, all I can say is I hope you had a good time. I'll see you next time, bright and early. It's currently Monday, so my next stream is probably going to be the same time it was last week. So we're probably going to do Thursday. So that'll be the 30th during the day for me. So in a few days' time, we shall continue. Hey, maybe I'll fuck around and I'll do it Wednesday. I don't know yet. I'm really excited to keep on going. But yeah, usually it's been on like a Monday, Thursday cycle. So it's like every few days. So probably be Thursday. We shall see how we go. Thanks everybody for joining me, and I will see you next time.